Chapter 22:13. Jianchen was just far too concerned about his sister. As soon as he heard that Shui Yunlan had actually come to Poseidon Palace for his sister, he immediately believed that something bad had happened to his sister or that she had been harmed in some way. A gleam of light immediately flashed through Shui Yunlan's cold eyes when she saw how intense Jianchen's reaction was. She said, "Don't worry, your sister is fine. She's in an extremely safe place." Jianchen immediately stopped worrying when he heard that his sister was fine. He slowly calmed down as well. He stared at Shui Yunlan with flickering eyes and said coldly, "Then why did you say that you came to Poseidon Palace for my sister? I want to know the reason." Shui Yunlan fell silent. She stared at Jianchen emotionlessly as the light in her eyes flickered slightly. Clearly, she was hesitating. Jianchen could clearly see Shui Yunlan's hesitation as well. He said, "If you don't plan on telling me the truth, then don't even think about getting anything from me. Even if you're very powerful, it won't be easy for you to keep me here. As a result, if you want to take it by force, I'd advise you to give up on that as soon as possible." Shui Yunlan seemed to see Jianchen's determination in his eyes. She sighed secretly. At that moment she actually felt helpless inside. She had never thought that the insignificant figure that was even less than an ant in her eyes back on the Tianyuan continent would actually be bold enough to stand before her and threaten her fearlessly. While she sighed, she also found it rather difficult to accept. After quite a while of silence, Shui Yunlan still spoke in the end. She said with her icy cold voice that seemed to never change, "Your sister is the snow goddess of the ice goddess hall. She died in a battle in the past, but fortunately, her highness' soul was not destroyed. Instead, a sliver of her soul was left behind for her reincarnation. The great ice goddess used her own bloodline as a guide to calculate that her highness would reincarnate into a lower world, and she found the exact location. As a result, I was ordered to come to the Tianyuan continent and shoulder the heavy responsibility of searching for her highness. I waited on the Tianyuan continent for over 3 million years before I finally saw Her Majesty reincarnate. Originally, I wanted to take Her Majesty away from the Tianyuan continent once she reached a certain level of strength and directly return to the Ice Goddess Hall in the Saints' World. But at that moment Mo Tianyun, who had disappeared from the Tianyuan continent for a long time, appeared. When Mo Tianyun was mentioned, Shui Yunlan's gaze became mixed as well. Jianchen was stunned when he heard the name Mo Tianyun. He could not help but think about when he had first discovered the Yinyang Saint Rock with Shangguan Mu. At that time, he had obtained the method of dual cultivation from Mo Tianyun, which allowed him to grasp the balance of yin and yang. As a result, he was able to absorb the energy from the Yinyang Saint Rock with Shangguan Mu so smoothly, increasing his strength drastically. However, they had only encountered a clone of Mo Tianyun back then, not Mo Tianyun himself. Shui Yunlan continued, "Mo Tianyun brought me news from the Saints' World. From him, I learnt that something had happened to the Ice Goddess Hall in the Saints' World. Wu Han, who was one of the 4 great protectors like me, had actually colluded with Nan Patian of the Moon God Hall. She had already taken control of the Ice Goddess Hall and wanted to do something detrimental to the Ice Goddess. In the beginning, I was doubtful about this matter. I did not believe it completely. However, it was exactly because of Mo Tianyun's warning that I became cautious. When I returned to the Saints' World with Her Majesty, I did not return to the Ice Goddess Hall rashly. Instead, I changed my name and changed my appearance to investigate the Ice Goddess Hall. When she reached there, Shui Yunlan could not help but tremble gently. Undisguised anger rose up from the bottom of her heart, causing her exposed, icy cold eyes to become stern. She said coldly, "I really refuse to believe that Mo Tianyun's news is actually true. Nan Patian of the Moon God Hall has actually colluded with Wu Han and taken control of the Ice Goddess Hall. Even the elders of the Ice Goddess Hall have fallen to their hands." The Ice Goddess Hall possesses an extremely vast amount of cultivation resources, as well as cultivation methods that are extremely suitable for Her Majesty to recover. Holy Emperor, originally, I only needed to take Her Majesty back to the Ice Goddess Hall. With the tremendous resources and heritage of the Ice Goddess Hall, it would not take long for Her Majesty to recover. However, now that the Ice Goddess Hall has been attacked, not only do I not dare to take Her Majesty back to the Ice Goddess Hall, but I even have to change my name and not expose our identities. Without sufficient divine crystals and heavenly resources, without the protection of a powerful organization, and having to hide your identity at all times to prevent Wu Han and Nan Patian from finding traces of your Highness, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for your Highness to recover under these circumstances. Shui Yunlan's eyes became gloomy. Her icy cold voice was filled with bitterness as she said, I did not come to Poseidon Palace this time for the legacy. My main objective was to obtain some cultivation resources and help Her Majesty recover. As a result, when I saw someone gain the recognition of a Grand Prime's legacy, I assisted him without any hesitation at all. I only hoped that I could obtain the cultivation resources in the legacy from him because Her Majesty really lacks cultivation resources right now. After learning the entire story from Shui Yunlan, Jianchen fell silent. He was not surprised by his sister's identity because he had already learnt that she was the reincarnation of a great figure back on the Tian Yuan continent. However, he did not care about that. The care and love his sister had shown him when he was young had already been engraved into his heart. As a result, no matter who his sister's true identity was, her position in his heart would never be shaken. However, he had never thought that his sister would have such a difficult time in the saints' world. This made his heart ache. It was not a good feeling. What are the cultivations of Nan Patian and Wu Han right now? Jianchen's eyes turned slightly cold as he asked sternly. He had once heard about Nan Patian from Fairy Haoyue, and he had also learnt about Nan Potion's cultivation from Fairy Haoyue. However, that was several 100,000 years ago. Nan Patian is a peak chaotic prime. It's said that he's only a step away from Grand Prime. As for Wu Han, she's an infinite prime. With Wu Han's talent, she's probably reached the peak of infinite prime after such a long time. She might even have broken through to chaotic prime, Shui Yunlan said sternly. Not only was she the most talented out of the 4 guards in the past, but she was also the most powerful. It was just that she had stayed on the Tian Yuan continent for over 3 million years, which had delayed her progress. The Ice Goddess is one of the 7 Grand Exalt. Can Nan Patian and Wu Han control the Ice Goddess Hall so easily? Jianchen asked in doubt. Grand Exalts were experts who had truly reached the peak of Grand Primes. They were true sovereigns of the world, existences that were like the laws of the world. Even with the entire Saints' world in perspective, there were only a handful of them, yet they were forced into a passive position by a chaotic prime and an infinite prime so easily? And the Ice Goddess Hall must be a god artifact of quite a high grade as well, right? Don't god artifacts have an artifact spirit? Jianchen asked. A cold light flashed through Shui Yunlan's eyes. She said coldly, You're right. The Ice Goddess Hall isn't just the name of an organization. It's also a peak god artifact refined by the Ice Goddess. It's even more powerful than the Azure Poseidon Palace. As long as you're in the Ice Goddess Hall, you can easily kill Nan Patian and Wu Han by using the artifact spirit to control the Divine Hall's power. But in reality, the Ice Goddess Hall has really fallen. What does that mean? It means that there's someone else behind Nan Patian and Wu Han. Chapter 22:14. Jianchen's heart sank slightly as he became extremely stern. Just Nan Potion's cultivation was already at the peak of chaotic prime, and he could become a grand prime at any time. Without even thinking about it, the person supporting him would definitely be a grand prime. Moreover, Jianchen guessed that if Nan Patian really did have someone supporting him, that person would definitely not be as simple as a regular Grand Prime. Since there's a Grand Prime eyeing your Ice Goddess Hall, I think it'll be very difficult to deal with unless one of the 7 Grand Exalts, the Ice Goddess, personally takes action. What do you plan on doing now? Jianchen asked. Originally, he had nothing to do with the Ice Goddess Hall. Whether the Ice Goddess Hall lived or died had nothing to do with him. However, since this matter was related to his sister's safety, he could not remain uninvolved no matter what. Shui Yunlan's eyes dimmed. There was some worry in her cold eyes. She sighed gently. Perhaps it's because of the cultivation method we practice in our Ice Goddess Hall, but our personalities are extraordinarily cold. Coupled with the fact that we have the Ice Goddess Hall, one of the 7 Grand Exalts, the Ice Goddess, we possess an extremely great status in both status and identity in the Saints' world. As a result, we've never had any contact with the other organizations in the Saints' world. Now that our Ice Goddess Hall is in trouble, we can't find any reinforcements. As a result, there's only one path before me, which is for Her Majesty to recover her strength as soon as possible. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he heard that. He asked with some curiosity, "If my sister recovers her strength, will she be able to change the current predicament the Ice Goddess Hall faces? If Her Majesty recovers her strength, no matter who is supporting Nan Patian, no matter how severe the predicament our Ice Goddess Hall faces, it'll all be resolved," Shui Yunlan said with certainty. Whether it was the Ice Goddess or the Snow Goddess, she felt respect from the bottom of her heart. Jianchen fell silent when he saw how confident Shui Yunlan was. He already knew that his sister was extremely powerful from Shui Yunlan's words, so powerful that she did not fear Grand Primes at all. This made him both happy and worried. He was excited for his second sister to possess such great strength. What worried him was that he didn't know if his second sister would still recognize him when she recovered, or even if she would still be his second sister. After a moment of silence, Jianchen slowly took out several space rings. Jianchen placed almost 10 space rings on the ground. These space rings were his spoils of war, including the Grand Prime's relic he had obtained from the 5th Prince. This was not all the space rings he had obtained from his trip to the Azure Poseidon Palace. However, he had already tidied up all the space rings. The items inside were all categorized and placed in these space rings. Afterwards, Jianchen began to search through the space rings one by one. He took out many heavenly resources and divine crystals that could increase strength and stored them all in a single space ring. In the end, he picked up the space ring with the Grand Prime's relic and took out the finger-sized crystals that shone with multicolored light. He moved them all into the space ring. 5 colored divine crystals. Shui Yunlan could not help but cry out when she saw the 5 colored divine crystals. Her icy cold eyes were no longer calm, becoming filled with excitement. However, she calmed down very soon. She stared at Jianchen with mixed feelings. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would need Jianchen's help. Jianchen no longer glanced at Protector Shui. He silently moved the items in the space ring and said, "There are over 6,000 5-colored divine crystals in this space ring from a Grand Prime. I'll keep 1,000 and give the rest to my sister. There are a total of 5 heavenly resources. I can only be certain that they're at the God tier, but I can't tell what grade they are. I'll keep 2 for myself and give the other 3 to my sister. Moreover, there are some pills that can increase cultivation as well as some divine crystals I obtained from killing the other divine kings in the Azure Poseidon Palace. As for the fire divine crystals, I found them at the bottom of the lava. Originally, I planned on exchanging them for 5-colored divine crystals once I left the Azure Poseidon Palace so that I could use teleportation formations between planes. However, since I've obtained quite a few 5-colored divine crystals from the Grand Prime's relic, I obviously don't need so many fire divine crystals. A single fire divine crystal can be exchanged for 10 supreme grade divine crystals of the same size. My sister practices an ice-attributed cultivation method, so the fire divine crystals are useless to her. You can exchange them for my sister's cultivation. I found quite a few fire divine crystals at the bottom of the lava. In order for my sister to recover some of her strength as soon as possible, I'll keep 80% for her and 2 for myself," Jianchen said as he tidied up the crystals. Only after he finished tidying up did he pass the space ring to Shui Yunlan. Shui Yunlan was filled with mixed feelings as she looked at the space ring. In the past, she had never thought that an insignificant figure that was even less than an ant in her eyes would be of such great help to her today. After accepting the space ring from Jianchen, she extended the senses of her soul into it subconsciously. When she saw the mountainous pile of cultivation resources, she immediately shuddered. At that moment, even with her mental fortitude, she could not help but tremble in excitement. There were over 5,000 five-colored divine crystals, several hundred blocks of supreme-grade divine crystals, 3 high-grade heavenly resources, and over 100 million fire divine crystals. The items in this tiny space ring were enough to make any infinite prime turn green with envy. This was a shocking amount of wealth that could make infinite primes lose their minds. Fantastic, fantastic! With these cultivation resources, Her Majesty's strength may not be able to return to her peak condition, but she'll be able to reach infinite prime successfully. Shui Yunlan was extremely excited and exhilarated. "Alright, Jianchen, do you have any way to find Mo Tianyun? Mo Tianyun is very powerful. He's a primordial realm expert at the very least. He also has grievances with Nan Patian. If we can work with Mo Tianyun, our strength will increase by quite a lot," Shui Yunlan asked again. Jianchen shook his head. "I have no contact with Senior Mo Tianyun. If you want to find him through me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Jianchen paused before continuing. "I'll go find Jianchen and see if he has any ideas regarding the current situation of the Ice Goddess Hall." Jianchen wanted to do everything he could to help his sister since it was related to her safety. Chapter 22:15. It's extremely likely that Ming Dong is. Anyway, Ming Dong's background is very powerful right now. If he can get the experts of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing to help, he should be able to help my sister," Jianchen said in thought. This matter was directly related to his sister's safety. As long as he could help his sister, he would do everything he could, regardless of the method. Ming Dong possesses the law of the Grand Exalt. The other Supreme Divine Kings might not be able to guess his true identity, but Aladona and I already know. If it were anyone else, Ming Dong might be able to use the power of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing to protect Her Majesty with his identity and status. However, my Ice Goddess Hall is unable to do so, said Shui Yunlan. Jianchen was surprised. He asked, "Don't tell me you have grievances with each other in the past?" Shui Yunlan nodded. "A very long time ago, our Ice Goddess Hall did indeed have some conflicts of interest with the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. That matter happened a very long time ago, so long ago that our Ice Goddess Hall did not even have us for protectors. As for me, I learned of this from the conversation between the Ice Goddess and the Snow Goddess when I served them. Moreover, I learnt from the Snow Goddess that an intense battle erupted between Her Majesty and the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing in the past when they fought over a unique treasure. In that era, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing was slightly weaker than the Snow Goddess in terms of cultivation. As a result, the First Majesty was defeated in the end and was suppressed by the Snow Goddess in the glacier. She only broke free 3 years later. Now, the Snow Goddess has yet to awaken her memories, and she has yet to recover her cultivation. It's already extremely fortunate that the people of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing did not kick her when she was down, let alone asking for their help. Then looking at the current situation, the only expert who can help my sister is Senior Mo Tianyun. Jianchen sighed gently. He also felt helpless. He secretly worried for his sister. Although he still had some ties with Tai Ta of the God Clan, Shui Yunlan had fallen out with the greatest divine king of the God clan, Aladona, when she was still on the Tian Yuan continent. It was not very possible for her to find the God clan. But I also don't know how to find Senior Mo Tianyun. Jianchen voiced out his distress. Shui Yunlan looked at Jianchen with shining eyes. She said, "There's no need for you to find him. I think he'll come to you on his own at some point. Your identity will be exposed very soon. Once the people of the Ice Goddess Hall get wind of this, my sister will be in constant danger. Since the only person who can help my second sister now is Senior Mo Tianyun, then we definitely can't just sit around and wait for death. When Senior Mo Tianyun takes the initiative to come to us, we have to do everything we can to see if we can find Mo Tianyun as soon as possible. I'll go ask Rui Di and Ji Yi of the Sect of Dragons and Phoenixes and see if they can help us." With that, Jianchen turned around and left. He went to find Rui Di and Ji Yi to ask about the winged tiger. According to the seniors of our clan, the winged tiger god left not long after bringing our clansmen to the saint's world. After that, he rarely appeared again. That's all we know about the winged tiger. "We don't know anything else," said Rui Di. The light in Ji Ye's eyes flickered. She looked at Jianchen and said, "Rui Di and I don't know much about the winged tiger. If you want to know more, why don't you pay a visit to the Sect of Dragons and Phoenixes? Our seniors know a little more." Afterwards, Jianchen discussed with Rui Di and Ji Yi in detail. He obtained the exact location of the Sect of Dragons and Phoenixes. At the same time, he learnt from Shangguan Mu why she had come to the Azure Poseidon Palace this time. How long will it take for the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry to awaken? Jianchen looked at Shangguan Mu. The artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry was directly related to Shangguan Mu's future, so he cared about this matter very much. There is indeed a mysterious energy on the 12th floor that can allow the artifact spirit to recover in the shortest amount of time. The zither of the demonic cry has absorbed quite a lot of energy on the 12th floor before, so it has recovered quite a lot. It looks like it'll take another half a month for the artifact spirit to completely awaken, said Shangguan Mu. Her eyes shone with eagerness. "A mysterious energy that can allow the artifact spirit to recover," murmured Jianchen. He seemed to be in deep thought. Afterwards, a gleam of excitement flashed through his eyes. Clearly, he had developed a deep interest in the mysterious energy. The battle between the Supreme Divine King and the Lizard probably hasn't ended yet. "Let's rest for a few days first before going up," Jianchen said to Shangguan Mu. Shangguan Mu nodded. She had no objections. Afterwards, Jianchen looked at Mingdong, Aladona, Shui Yunlan, Rui Di and Ji Yi. He said, "Everyone, I promised Xiao Man that I would let her take back the Poseidon Palace that belonged to her ancestor. However, the path ahead will also be filled with obstructions, so I hope I can obtain your assistance. Once it's done, I will definitely thank you greatly. Jianchen, there's no need for you to be so polite between us. Your matters are my matters. If you need my help, just say the word," Mingdong chuckled and said straightforwardly. "I can go with you and benefit a little more. It'll also increase Her Majesty's strength a little more," Shui Yunlan agreed as well. "I've come under orders, so I obviously won't let you face any danger. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the war god." Aladona smiled faintly. Rui Di and Ji Yi looked at each other before Rui Di said, "Seeing that we're all from the same hometown, Ji Yi and I can help you. However, once it's done, our Sect of Dragons and Phoenixes wants 30% of the Infinite Primes and Chaotic Primes legacies you obtained from Xiao Man. Although our Sect of Dragons and Phoenixes has developed rapidly, it's only been around for 1,000,000 years. Compared to many organizations, our heritage is still quite lacking, so we're in desperate need of various cultivation methods and battle skills to recruit guests. As for cultivation resources, we don't want a single one," added Ji Yi. "Alright, that's no problem. Once Shao Man controls the Azure Poseidon Palace, I'll give you 30% of all the primordial realm legacies I obtained. Jianshan agreed without any hesitation at all. Jianshan, I'll leave these people to you, Shui Yunlan said at this time. At this moment, Shui Yunlan spoke up. With a wave of her hand, she released the people she had frozen in a divine hall. These people were the divine king who followed the fifth prince, as well as Mr. Shu, who possessed a god artifact. Yunxin, Yunlianqing, and the other divine kings of the Yun family happened to be among them as well. However, without exception, all of them were ice sculptures at this moment. Shui Yunlan took action and melted the ice and snow effortlessly, removing their seals. With the seals removed, the people of the Yun family and the divine king who followed the fifth prince all regained their freedom. However, when they saw Shui Yunlan, who radiated with an icy presence and was enveloped by a layer of silver-white armor the entire time, their faces all changed. They became filled with fear. Sir, although our fifth prince did not obtain the complete Grand Prime's legacy, he did obtain a space ring. The space ring must contain unimaginable wealth, so please assist the fifth prince. As long as the fifth prince is alive, all the cultivation resources in the space ring will belong to you, Mr. Shu pleaded. Mr. Shu pleaded. Ever since they had been imprisoned by Shui Yunlan, they obviously had no idea what happened afterward. Chapter 22:16. Mr. Shu and the others had just been released from the Divine Hall by Shui Yunlan and removed from the seal, so the first person they saw was obviously Shui Yunlan. In their panic, they did not even have time to check their surroundings, so they explained to Shui Yunlan as soon as possible. They had personally witnessed Shui Yunlan's strength on the 12th floor. They were afraid that the fifth prince would escape during the chaos and cause Shui Yunlan to misunderstand, which would lead to their death. As a result, they failed to sense Jianshan's presence. Only when Jianshan's voice rang out did Mr. Shu and the others discover in surprise that the Jianshan they hated was actually here as well. Jianshan, why are you here? Mr. Shu's face changed slightly. After crying out, his gaze towards Jianshan immediately became piercing. Heavy killing intent radiated from him without any disguise at all. Jianshan, you've ruined the fifth prince's plans, causing him to miss out on a Grand Prime's legacy. Our Sky Empire will never spare you, Mr. Shu said through gritted teeth. The fifth prince who should have successfully obtained the Grand Prime's legacy and soared up had been banished from heaven to hell by Jianshan. This made him hate Jianshan to the core. This was because not only had Jianshan destroyed the fifth prince, but he had also destroyed the Sky Empire's hopes of advancing from an eternal empire to an eternal empire. He had destroyed Mr. Shu's future as well. As a result, Mr. Shu had already begun to treat Jianshan as his greatest enemy. Brother Jianshan, you're really still alive? Behind Mr. Shu, Yun Lianqing also stared at Jianshan in surprise. The young lady of the Yun family, Yunxin, stood beside Yun Lianqing. Her eyes flickered as she stared at Jianshan. Although she did not say anything, she was also filled with uncontainable excitement. Jianshan nodded towards Yun Lianqing and Yunxin with a smile. He did not make any small talk with them. He looked at Mr. Shu and said indifferently, among the people I've offended in Poseidon Palace, there are plenty of peak organizations and clans in the Saints' world. Your Sky Empire is only an eternal empire. Compared to those peak organizations that can shake up the Saints' world, you're only an insignificant figure. Do you think I'm afraid? Mr. Shu's face sank. When he saw how fearless Jianshan was, he understood that Jianshan really did not take the Sky Empire seriously. Afterwards, he looked at Shui Yunlan with an ugly expression and said, "Fellow, may I ask what your relationship with Jianshan is?" By now, Mr. Shu had gradually calmed down. He glanced around slowly, taking in all the people gathered there. He did not recognize Rui Di and Ji Yi, but when he saw Ming Dong, who sat on the ground and healed, his heart immediately sank. "Jianshan, deal with these people as you see fit," Shui Yunlan said coldly as she used her usual icy tone. With that, she turned around and left. She completely ignored Mr. Shu and the others. The faces of Mr. Shu and the remaining guards instantly turned pale. From what she had said, they already knew that Jianchen had already formed an alliance with the Supreme Divine King who grasped the power of ice and possessed abnormally terrifying strength. Fellow, if I've seen correctly, there should be grievances between you and the other fellow. May I ask how many benefits Jianchen has promised you for the two of you to temporarily set aside your personal grievances and work with Jianchen? If you're willing to help us, I believe we can give you what Jianchen can give you, Mr. Shu said to Aladona as the final flames of hope burned in his eyes. Aladona was not as cold as Shui Yunlan. She looked at Mr. Shu and the others sympathetically and said, Jianchen is a friend of the esteemed war god of our god race. I've only come under the war god's orders to help Jianchen. You've made a mistake from the very beginning by choosing to become enemies with Jianchen. What? The god race, a friend of the war god? Mr. Shu was shocked. He stared at Aladona blankly as bitterness filled his heart. Only at this moment did he finally realize just how stupid of a decision it was to become enemies with Jianchen. Now that things have developed to this point, it's useless even if you regret it, Jian Wushuang said coldly. He drew the 9-star sword of heavenly ways and shone with star-like light, swinging it at Mr. Shu and the others mercilessly. In an instant, Mr. Shu and the remaining guards of the Divine King were all slain by Jianchen. Only a few people from the Yun family survived. The people of the Yun family became rather dazed as they stared at the corpses of Mr. Shu and the others. All of them could still clearly remember how Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong were treated with contempt when they first boarded the spaceship of the Yun family. In particular, when they learnt that Jianchen and the others had actually taken up 3 of the spots from the Yun family to enter the Tsang Poseidon Palace, they became displeased. This was because back then they did not take Jianchen and Kea, who were only overgods, seriously at all. However, who would have thought that the Jianchen they looked down on back then would stir up such a huge commotion in the Tsang Poseidon Palace? Even the 5th prince and Mr. Shu who had suffocated them had died to Jianchen's hands. All the remaining Divine King of the Yun family sighed in amazement when they saw Jianchen wielding the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. Brother Yun Lianqing, the Tsang Poseidon Palace is not peaceful right now. It's best if you leave as soon as possible, said Yun Lianqing to Yun Lianqing. Out of all the Divine King of the Yun family, Jianchen only recognized Yun Lianqing. Yun Lianqing looked at Jianchen with extremely mixed feelings. He said, with the appearance of the Tsanghai moon, the Tsang Poseidon Palace has become the world of the Supreme Divine Kings. In reality, if it weren't for the fact that the 5th prince refused to leave, our Yun family would have left the Tsang Poseidon Palace long ago. Now that the 5th prince is no longer holding us back, we obviously won't stay for long. Brother Jianchen will be leaving first. Farewell. With that, Yun Lianqing left with the other divine kings of the Yun family. Yunxin was the last to leave. When she passed by Jianchen, she paused slightly and looked at Jianchen with mixed feelings. She said softly, "Thank you for your assistance. I will never forget your kindness. I just hope you can forgive my mistakes in the past." Yunxin and Yun Lianqing left. They left the Tsang Poseidon Palace together, ending their trip to the Poseidon Palace prematurely. "What's your relationship with her?" Shangguan Mu stared straight at Jianchen as if she was questioning him. "It's nothing complicated. It's just a cooperation between us and the Yun family." Jianchen explained his agreement with the Yun family indifferently. "Aladona, I found this in the 5th prince's space ring. It contains a surging presence of life. May I ask if it'll be useful to you?" At this moment, Jianchen took out a walnut-sized, green bead from his space ring. As soon as the bead appeared, a rich life force filled the air. Just by inhaling it, one would have the illusion that the life force in one's body was growing. Chapter 22:17. A few days later, Jianchen and the others set off again after some rest. They hurried towards the 12th floor. Very soon, they arrived on the 7th floor. At this moment, Jianchen and the others slowed down as well. All of them were vigilant. Even people as powerful as Shui Yunlan and Aladona could not relax at all. It's been a few days. I wonder what the final outcome of the battle between the lizard and the Supreme Divine King is. Jianchen stopped several 100,000 kilometers away from the entrance of the 8th floor sternly. He stared ahead with a sliver of worry. Afterwards, the senses of his soul expanded rapidly like a sword, enveloping an area of 1,000,000 kilometers in a single instance. Wait for me here. I'll go ahead and take a look, Jianchen said to everyone. With that, he turned into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from their sights with unbelievable speed. He traveled 10,000 kilometers in a single instant. Shui Yunlan, Aladona, Rui Di, Shang Luomu or Mingdong, and so on all stopped where they were instinctively. They hovered in the air as they stared in the direction that Jianchen had left in. The senses of their souls pulsed from them, also spreading out in all directions as they observed what was happening up ahead. Clearly, they all knew that Jianchen had lured out a terrifyingly powerful lizard on the 8th floor. Even though they ranked quite high on the Divine King's list, they were not confident about dealing with a high primordial realm lizard at all. As a result, they were all extremely cautious. There are people near the entrance, and there are quite a few of them. Let's go and take a look. Aladona slowly withdrew the senses of her soul and said to the people beside her. Afterwards, the group of people all flew in the direction that Jianchen had left in. Over 20 divine kings sat in the surroundings at the entrance to the 8th floor. All of them were pale and haggard. Their clothes were in tatters. As a matter of fact, some of the Supreme Divine King's supreme quality Saint artifact armor had even been damaged, revealing a large portion of their skin that had been charred black. Evidently, all of them were seriously injured. Half of them were barely alive, and there were even a few who looked like they were on their last breaths. Their life auras were dim, and there were even some who were missing a leg or a leg. It was also because their injuries were too serious that many of them were unable to continue on their way. They didn't even have the strength to find a place to hide and heal their injuries. They could only scatter around the entrance and take high-grade healing pills to recover from their injuries from a certain distance. All of a sudden, a sword light tore through the sky like a meteor and arrived as fast as lightning. The distance of thousands of miles was covered in an instant. Before the meal was served, it turned into a young man with an extraordinary bearing near the entrance to the 8th floor. The person's arrival alarmed the healing divine kings. When they opened their eyes and saw who it was, all of their faces changed. Flames of fury surged from their eyes, and they clearly hated the person who had come. Jianchen, how dare you come here? Jianchen, you treacherous, despicable bastard! You've killed several hundred supreme divine kings. You'll die a horrible death. You will pay a heavy price for what you've done. There will be no place for you in the saints' world. Half of the healing divine kings bellowed furiously. They all gritted their teeth as their hatred for Jianchen had already reached the depths of their bones. The other half stared at Jianchen closely. They were filled with caution, ready to flee at any time. Jianchen snorted coldly when he heard the curses. He bellowed, "For the sake of hunting me down, several hundred of you divine kings have gone as far as to run from the 12th floor to the 5th floor of the Poseidon Palace before pursuing me all the way to the 8th floor. Have I, Jianchen, ever offended you? Have I ever offended you? Are you the only ones allowed to hunt me down? Can't I find a way to deal with you? If you hand over the girl without any hesitation, how many of us will go against you?" "You asked for all of this," said a divine king. Even though he was heavily injured, his gaze was still extremely cold. "I asked for all of this? Ha ha ha, then can I say that the reason why all of you ended up like this is also because of your own actions? If it wasn't for all of you forcing us, if it wasn't for all of you chasing us mercilessly, how could all of you end up like this?" As he said that, Jianchen slowly approached them. His face was cold, and killing intent gradually surged from his eyes. He said coldly, "If I had lost, I probably would have been reduced to a cold corpse by now. Unfortunately, looking at the current situation, I'm not the one who lost, but you. As a result, you should be the ones reduced to corpses." Jianchen drew the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. The sword shone with faint starlight as it gradually radiated with the might of a god artifact. It shone like the stars. The 20 or so divine kings were clearly unable to put up any resistance after being heavily injured. Jianchen had already made up his mind to kill them. "Jianchen, they're no longer a threat to you. Just let them live. Don't kill them all." At this moment, Aladona's voice rang out from behind. She, Shui Yunlan, and the others hurried over from behind as well. "If we let them go, the news of Her Majesty will definitely be leaked even faster." "Kill them all," Shui Yunlan said coldly. Aladona stared at Shui Yunlan furiously and said, "There must be many people who have left Poseidon Palace in the past few days. Nothing that happens in Poseidon Palace can be hidden from the people outside. Your existence has probably already spread outside. Killing them won't make any difference." Aladona paused. She slowly glanced past the 20 or so divine kings and said, "And I'm certain that even if you want to kill them, you can't kill all of them. As long as a single one of them escapes, the deaths of the others will reach their clans. Behind these people stand renowned clans and organizations. They might even be peak organizations in the Saints' world. If the people behind them learn that the supreme prodigies they've spent so much effort nurturing have died to your hands, they definitely won't let you go. They might even hunt you down across the entire Saints' world. Many divine kings have already died to the hands of the lizard on the 8th floor. Their deaths definitely have something to do with me. The organizations behind them will definitely come looking for me. I've already offended so many organizations anyway, so it doesn't matter if I offend a few more," Jianchen said. Chapter 22:18. Since these people want to take part in the contest for the Azure Poseidon Palace, they'll definitely be injured and die. Survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest is a principle that has never changed in this world. If I spare these people today just because their origins are too great and their backgrounds are too great, wouldn't I, Jianchen, have to avoid them as soon as I see them in the Saints' world in the future? If these people rely on their background to offend me and target me everywhere, could it be that I have to endure endlessly again and again? Just because these people have great backgrounds, they can hunt me down fearlessly and I can't kill them because I have no background? Jianchen called out coldly. As he looked at Aladona who stood before him, his face gradually became ugly. Although Aladona was not as powerful as Shui Yunlan, she was far more powerful than him. If she insisted on stopping him, killing these people really would not be easy. "Jianchen, I'm doing this for your sake. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider the people behind you. If you really offend the organizations behind them too much, they might find out about your origins and vent their anger on the people behind you. I also know that your brother, Mingdong, is a member of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. Mingdong will definitely stand on your side and protect the people behind you so that those organizations won't dare to act recklessly openly, but what about secretly?" Aladona tried to persuade him sincerely. She could not just watch Jianchen kill the Divine King who could not fight back anymore. "You're too soft-hearted," Shui Yunlan said coldly. Shui Yunlan said coldly from one side. Her heart was as cold as her person, emotionless. She was a completely cold-blooded person. Jianchen sank into his thoughts after hearing Aladona's explanation. The light in his eyes flickered, and he became rather hesitant for a moment. He thought of the Tianyuan family in the distant southern region of the Cloud Plain. Basically all the people who had come to the Saint's world with him from the Tianyuan continent had been settled down with the Tianyuan family. If the Tianyuan family really suffered because of him, he would probably never be able to forgive himself. All right, I'll spare you this time for the sake of Aladona. After a moment of silence, Jianchen listened to Aladona's suggestion in the end. The heavily injured Divine King all let out a sigh of relief when they heard that. They were all heavily injured in the battle against the lizard. Half of them did not even have the ability to flee. If Jianchen really wanted to kill them, they definitely would not be able to escape death. Although the remaining half still had some strength left to use forbidden techniques to escape, they would have to pay an unbearable price. Unless they had no other choice, they did not want to use this method that was equivalent to harming themselves. As a result, they all felt relieved when they heard that Jianchen was sparing them. At this moment, Jianchen's gaze suddenly sharpened. He glanced past them coldly and called out, "Of course, I'm only sparing you this time. If you become my enemy again in Poseidon Palace, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, Jianchen snorted coldly and directly made his way to the 8th floor. After Jianchen left, the pale-faced and haggard Divine King glanced at the 20 or so Divine King threateningly. He sneered, "You heard what my brother said. If you continue to become my enemy, it won't just be between you and Jianchen. You'll become my enemy as well. I know you all come from large organizations and clans. Every single one of your backgrounds are very great. If I discover that the organization behind you is bold enough to make trouble for my brother, I swear that I will use the power of the heavenly palace of Bishing to make the organization behind you pay a heavy price." With that, Ming Dong left with the 5 divine generals behind him. He followed Jianchen to the 8th floor. The expressions of the 20 or so Divine King changed drastically from Ming Dong's threat. All of them feared the heavenly palace of Bishing. Even though the Anata Grand Prime, who watched over the heavenly palace of Bishing, had already died, the heavenly palace of Bishing was still in existence that stood at the apex of the Saint's world. Let's end this here. I can protect you once, but I can't protect you a second time. Jianchen is a friend of the esteemed war god of our god clan. That's all I have to say. Take care. Aladona looked at the heavily injured Divine King with mixed feelings and showed pity. The damaged Anata Tower had shrunk to the size of a fist in Jianchen's hand on the volcano on the 8th floor of the Azure Poseidon Palace. He hovered in the air as he looked around cautiously. The senses of his soul flooded the surroundings, scanning the surroundings time and time again. He was prepared to enter the Anata Tower at any time. The lizard isn't outside. I wonder how the battle between it and the Divine King is going. Has it returned to the bottom of the lava, or has it left this floor to continue hunting down the Supreme Divine King? Jianchen thought. Several days had already passed now, and the 8th floor had already recovered its peace. Only the heavily damaged group of volcanoes seemed to bear witness to the intense battle that had erupted on this floor earlier. At this moment, Aladona appeared behind Jianchen. She studied the messy world of volcanoes and said, "I've heard from those people that the several hundred Divine Kings trapped on this floor worked together and engaged in a desperate battle against the lizard. In the end, they finally heavily injured the lizard after paying a heavy price of almost 400 Divine Kings, forcing it back into the lava. The lizard's strength should be around the 8th heavenly layer of Infinite Prime." 8th heavenly layer of Infinite Prime? That really is unexpected. I never thought that such a powerful lizard would be heavily injured by a group of Divine Kings, Jianchen sighed emotionally. However, he also knew that these Divine Kings were no ordinary Divine Kings. Instead, they were the Supreme Divine Kings below the Divine Kings. Every single one of them possessed extremely great battle prowess, and they possessed several dozen god artifacts. Otherwise, let alone several hundred Divine Kings, even 1,000 Divine Kings would have been slaughtered by the lizard. Aladona glared at Jianchen in exasperation and said, "You're still not satisfied? Do you have to watch the lizard kill all the divine kings before you're satisfied? Aladona sighed gently when she reached there. She became sorrowful and said, "We've lost several hundred divine kings all of a sudden, so a small portion of the divine kings' thrones have been emptied out. The outside world is probably in an uproar right now. What happened here will probably alarm many Grand Primes. Once we leave here, there will probably be Grand Primes waiting outside the Tsang Poseidon Palace," Shui Yunlan said in a deep voice. She was extremely stern. She looked at Jianchen and said sternly, "It's no longer convenient for me to leave through the main entrance of the Tsang Poseidon Palace now. The only way to leave is to get the girl to gain the recognition of the Tsang Poseidon Palace, and then leave through the teleportation formation in there." Chapter 22:19. Jianchen's heart sank as well. He could understand what Shui Yunlan was trying to say. After the Ice Goddess Hall was attacked, Shui Yunlan was afraid that the person who controlled the Ice Goddess Hall would find her and use a secret technique to learn about his sister's whereabouts. As a result, Shui Yunlan had to be careful at all times. She could not expose herself to those peak experts who were basically omnipotent. This was because no one could guarantee that there were no traitors of the Ice Goddess Hall among those peak experts. At the same time, they could not guarantee that there were no peak experts who were also plotting against the Ice Goddess Hall or his sister. Once there were experts like that outside, Shui Yunlan's fate would be obvious if she left the Azure Poseidon Palace through the main entrance. Shui Yunlan was indeed invincible in the Azure Poseidon Palace with her strength. Apart from Aoyama, who ranked first under the Divine King's throne, Shui Yunlan had yet to encounter an opponent who could match her in single combat. Even Zhu Wen, who ranked second under the Divine King's throne, and two other Supreme Divine Kings who also ranked in the top 10 were only able to match Shui Yunlan when the three of them worked together. However, once they were outside, Shui Yunlan, who was only a Divine King, would still be as insignificant as an ant before Chaotic Primes or even Grand Primes. "Are you sure there are teleportation formations in the Azure Poseidon Palace?" Jianchen stared at Shui Yunlan with shining eyes as he asked sternly. Shui Yunlan nodded gently. "Of course there are. It's just that the teleportation formation is in a sealed region of the Azure Poseidon Palace that's not open to the public. There are only 3 ways to enter that place. The first method is to use supreme strength to break through the obstructions between the two and open up the sealed region to everyone." Shui Yunlan paused when she reached there. She said bitterly, "The Azure Poseidon Palace is a high-quality god artifact. It's unimaginably tough. Even regular Grand Primes don't have the ability to get through that sealed region, let alone us. As a result, we can't do that. The second method is to obtain the permission of the artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace and have the artifact spirit send us to that place. However, judging from the current situation, the second method also wouldn't work. Thus, there is only one last method left before us, and that is to make the Poseidon Palace recognize a master as soon as possible, and then fight for the permission of the new master of the Poseidon Palace to let the new master of the Poseidon Palace send us away. It seems that I still need to let Xiao Man obtain the recognition of Poseidon Palace as soon as possible," Jianchen murmured. His gaze became determined and he said, "Let's go. Let's go to the 12th floor first." Jianchen immediately held Shangguan Mu, Er's hand and directly left the 8th floor with everyone, climbing up. When Jianchen's group arrived on the 8th floor, they discovered over 100 Divine King covered in wounds scattered around the tunnel. They sat on the ground and consumed large amounts of pills to recover silently. Jianchen glanced over and discovered that these people were the same as the Divine King he had seen on the 7th floor. They were all heavily injured and covered in burns. Some of their flesh had even been incinerated by the terrifying heat of the lava. Even though several days had already passed, there was still a heavy burnt smell in the air. The reason why these people were all scattered and gathered in this area was because they were all in a state of exhaustion. Not only were they extremely weak, but some of them were already on the verge of death. Even moving a little bit was an extremely difficult task. There was no way for them to hurry on their way, so they could only treat their wounds here. Although they had managed to survive the battle against the lizards, they had clearly paid an unimaginable price. Jianshan! At this moment, a furious bellow suddenly rang out. Several hundred meters away, a beggar-like divine king suddenly stood up. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he glared at Jianshan furiously. A powerful sword intent radiated from him. Although he was heavily injured and his face was completely charred, making it impossible to distinguish his original appearance, he still possessed a shocking presence when he stood up. Zhu Wen, Rui Di and Ji Yi, who had come up with Jianshan, both called out when they saw this person. Their gazes were strange and filled with shock. This person was precisely the expert ranked second among the divine kings, Zhu Wen. Not only was Zhu Wen in a sorry state right now, he was covered in severe burns. Moreover, there were many vicious wounds on his body. Some parts of his body had even lost large chunks of flesh. Zhu Wen's long, flowing hair had vanished, replaced by a black, bald head. He had lost his left arm as well, leaving only his right arm. His appearance could be said to be incomparably miserable. The 100 or so divine kings who were still healing in the surroundings all opened their eyes. They all stared silently at Jianshan with sharp, sinister, and hateful gazes. Clearly, these divine kings hated Jianshan to the core after what had happened on the 8th floor. Let's go. We'll go directly to the 12th floor. Jianshan glanced past Zhu Wen indifferently and did not stay for long. He passed through the crowd with the people behind him and continued upwards. He could already tell that basically all the divine kings had lost their ability to fight. They posed no threat to him. Since he had already decided not to kill them, there was no need for him to waste any more time here. No one dared to stop Jianshan's group as they passed by calmly. Shui Yunlan and Aladona's strength had already left a deep impression on many people in Jianshan's group. Coupled with Rui Di and Ji Yi, two experts who ranked in the top 10 of the divine kings, as well as the 5 divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing, there was no one who could pose a threat to them with such a powerful lineup right now. As a matter of fact, when Jianshan walked past a few people, all of them became nervous and uneasy, as if they were afraid that Jianshan's group would suddenly attack them. After all, they were no longer in their peak condition. In their weakened state where they had basically lost all their battle prowess, even an overgod might be able to kill them. At this moment, the ground began to tremble violently, as though it had suffered an extremely frightening and violent impact. It rose and fell violently in an extremely exaggerated and shocking manner. The source energy of the entire space had also become unusually chaotic at this moment. Even the bright moon hanging high in the sky had completely lost its luster at this moment. Without the Neptunian moon, the only source of light, the entire Neptunian Poseidon palace descended into darkness. It was so dark that they could not even see their own hands. The sudden occurrence caused Jianshan's group to come to a halt. Their faces were all filled with surprise as they looked around in confusion and doubt. What's going on? What's happening? No, this is impossible. The 5 elements in this space are unstable, and yin and yang are out of balance. Even the laws of the world have become chaotic. Heavens, I think the sky is collapsing. The Neptunian moon has vanished. What's going on? It's become much more difficult to condense the power of laws. The cries of the supreme divine kings constantly rang out in the surroundings. The sudden occurrence caused all of their faces to change drastically. They studied the surroundings uneasily. Even without the moonlight from the Neptunian moon, the darkness there was unable to affect them at all. All the people gathered there did not need to use the senses of their souls. They could see very far away through the darkness with their eyes alone. Chapter 22:20. Although I don't know what's happening, it's definitely nothing good. Look at the sky, said Shui Yunlan coldly. Shui Yunlan's icy-cold voice rang out. Currently, she had her head raised, staring at the dark sky above her without blinking. Her emotionless eyes were filled with sternness, which was extremely rare for her to do. Jianchen and the others all raised their heads when they heard that. With that glance, all of their eyes narrowed. Even though the sky was pitch black, without any light at all, they could see through the darkness with their divine king realm cultivation and make out the emptiness. At this moment, they could clearly see the sky above the Poseidon Palace shatter, vanishing at a visible rate. It's the artifact spirit. It's the artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace. The sudden change in the Poseidon Palace must be caused by the artifact spirit. A supreme divine king who was healing nearby cried out. He looked at the sky with mixed feelings. There was eagerness, excitement, and uneasiness. Yes, it must be related to the artifact spirit. Does this mean that the artifact spirit is about to emerge? Another supreme divine king cried out in surprise. When they heard that, all the supreme divine kings who were silently healing struggled to remain calm. Their gazes all changed, searching the surroundings with burning desire, eagerness, and hope. Many of them had the same thought. Did the appearance of the Poseidon Palace's artifact spirit mean that the master recognition process for the Poseidon Palace was about to begin? This caused many of them to be filled with nervousness. Something's wrong, Jianchen growled. His eyes shone like lightning, shining with scorching light. Strands of sword chi gathered around him as he stared at the sky with great focus. However, his heart grew heavier and heavier. At this moment, the change in the sky actually gave him the faint illusion that the sky of the Poseidon Palace was being devoured by a mysterious and powerful force. It was also because of this that the sky shattered and the void collapsed. This was because the heavens of Poseidon Palace were changing. Similarly, on the 9th floor of Poseidon Palace, in the Neptunian mountains that were several million kilometers away from Jianchen's group, an old man in plain clothes stood on the tallest mountain peak. He was also looking up at the pitch-black sky with a solemn expression. This old man was none other than Master Chanlong. At this moment, a small formation flag flew out of Master Chanlong's space ring on its own. A powerful pulse of energy spread out, turning into a huge python in an instant. It stared at the sky with a pair of illusory eyes that were much larger than a human head, while its thick tail swept around uneasily. What's happening? Why do I suddenly feel very agitated? I can't calm down at all. A mental pulse rang out from the huge python. In truth, this python was formed by the formation flags, and inside the formation flags was an origin soul. It seemed to be trapped inside the formation flags. Master Chanlong glanced at the soul in surprise when he heard that. He said, "You actually feel that too? In other words, I'm the same as you. Ever since the change in the sky, I've become extremely agitated as well. It's like thousands of ants are crawling around. I can't calm down no matter what. Old man Chanlong, I suddenly feel like killing someone," the soul in the soul said unhappily. The trapped soul suddenly became rather irritable. The huge python began to revolve around the coiling dragon in an extremely restless manner. "Aren't you skilled in the great divination technique? You have the ability to see through the heavenly secrets and see the past, present, and future. Look into what's happening." Master Chanlong sucked in a deep breath and forced himself to remain composed. In reality, his breathing became more and more hurried, and his heart beat faster and faster. The strange agitation within him became more and more intense as well. "I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. I can't divine anything." Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the originally pitch-black sky. A sun had actually silently appeared high up in the sky. It was the Blue Sea Sunday. However, at that moment, the Blue Sea Sun no longer had its former brilliance. Not only was the light it emitted incomparably dim, it was as hazy as a firefly's. Furthermore, when it hung in the sky, it was on the verge of falling. Run away from here. Poseidon Palace is about to fall. I can't last much longer. A run, with the appearance of the dim sun of the oceans, a weak voice rang out. The voice was vague, but it rang through the entire palace of Poseidon Palace. At that moment, the voice rang out in every corner of every floor of the palace of Poseidon Palace, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. When the vague voice faded away, the dim sun of the oceans that had suddenly appeared in the sky vanished once again, swallowed by the darkness. All the divine king gathered at the entrance to the 9th floor were stunned. However, this shock only lasted for a very short while before it was drowned out by heavy panic and fear. Even the expressions of Jianshan and the others drastically changed at that moment. They suddenly realized that they were in trouble. Did that voice come from the artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon Palace? Even we can't sense the source of the voice, and it appeared together with the strange sun of the oceans. That voice must have come from the artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon Palace. Oh no, something has happened to the palace of Poseidon Palace. Everyone, run. The palace of Poseidon Palace is about to fall. Even the almost godlike artifact spirit here is about to fall. We can't stay here for long. Run, run. The expressions of all the peerless divine king gathered here changed greatly. After confirming that the voice came from the artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon Palace, all of their hearts were filled with panic. Let's go. Leave here as quickly as we can. Jianshan's heart sank as well. He suddenly called out to the people beside him. However, just when Jianshan said that, he suddenly became shocked. He staggered and lost his footing, directly falling to the ground. Thump, thump. At almost the same time, the sounds of people collapsing rang out in the surroundings. Aside from Jianshan, even Aladona, Shui Yunlan, Rui Di Zhiyi, Shangguan Mu or Ming Dong, and the 5 divine generals collapsed on the ground as if they had lost all their strength. Even the healing divine king in the surroundings were like deflated balloons. They either sat there limply or lay on the ground powerlessly. None of them could remain standing. Jianshan's complexion became extremely horrible. Not only did he feel like he had lost all his strength in a single moment, but he could not even move a finger. He could not even use the chaotic force within him at all. Chapter 22-21. I can't use origin energy. What's happening here? Oh no, a mysterious power has invaded my body. Not only have I become powerless, unable to use origin energy, but I can't even use the senses of my soul. The divine king level laws I've comprehended have left me as well. Has the artifact spirit of the Tsang, Poseidon Palace met with a mishap? Has the Tsang, Poseidon Palace changed owners? How is this possible? At that moment, the expressions of all the supreme divine king changed. They all cried out as they struggled to remain calm. Their hearts were filled with fear and deep panic. All of them faced the same situation. In that moment, the glorious divine king had been reduced to an ordinary person. Jianshan's heart became extremely heavy as well. His face was ugly. He could already sense the existence of a mysterious power within his body. Even though it was just a tiny, insignificant strand, it was extremely powerful. Not only did it suppress the power of his soul, but it even suppressed his chaotic force. In addition, even the loss of his physical strength was caused by this energy that had invaded his body. What is this power? It's actually so terrifying. Jianshan was shocked. He had become extremely frail right now. Not only was he unable to stand up, but he could not even use the Anata Tower either. Suddenly, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He stared ahead in shock. His gaze pierced through the darkness, and he could clearly see an extremely terrifying power. It had turned into a visible, thick mist, surging towards everyone. It blotted out the sky and swallowed everything in its path. Oh no, run! Let's leave this place quickly. The Tsang, Poseidon Palace has changed owners. The person who secretly took the Tsang, Poseidon Palace is not a kind person. He wants to kill all of us. The Supreme Divine King gathered there cried out as they used all their strength to climb towards the 8th floor. Many of them were flustered. It was because all of them felt a dense killing intent from the surging fog in front of them. It was a terrifying killing intent that caused all of them to feel chills all over their bodies. Even people as powerful as Zhu Wen, Shui Yunlan, and Adriana shivered. They felt like they would not be able to escape from a calamity. However, these people had already lost all the strength in their bodies. Even if they used all their strength to crawl toward the 8th floor, their speed was as slow as a snail's. As for the fog formed from the terrifying energy that was filled with fierce killing intent, its speed grew faster and faster. With their speed, it was simply impossible for them to enter the 8th floor before the fog enveloped them. Jianchen stared fixedly at the mist that seemed to be filled with thousands of demons. He was extremely worried, as well as he racked his brains for a solution. Unfortunately, he was just like the other Supreme Divine King right now. He had been reduced to a mortal. He could not use his profound sword qi, and he could not even open his space ring. He could not take out the cosmic movement talisman in there either. However, just as Jianchen was feeling helpless, he suddenly became stunned. One of his eyes suddenly began to glow with a faint violet light, while the other became a faint azure light. The sword spirits that had been hiding in his body suddenly emerged at this moment. Before so many Divine King, the sword spirits were unable to directly manifest themselves due to their concerns. They could only use Jianchen's eyes to observe the situation outside. It really is the power of samsara. The sword spirits seemed to have finally confirmed their guesses as they stared at the terrifying energy that surged over. They all cried out. They were extremely shocked. Oh no, Master! The power of samsara is extremely terrifying. Don't come in contact with it at all. With Master's current cultivation, he can't resist the power of samsara at all. Even if he comes in contact with it, he'll be doomed, Qing Suo said in a panic. The power of samsara from the samsaric immortal exalt? Jianchen bitterly smiled. The sword spirit's warning came too late. It was also at this moment that the power of samsara that surged over in the form of mist swept over like a storm, enveloping Jianchen and all the supreme god kings. Immediately, Jianchen felt his vital energies rapidly drain away. The tremendous life force that filled his body rapidly withered away. His soul dimmed as he became more and more powerless. In a daze, he seemed to see 6 huge discs of samsara hanging high above his head, as if they wanted to pull him in. The power of samsara was just too terrifying. Jianchen truly could not resist at all before it. Even Shui Yunlan and the others faced the same situation as Jianchen. Before the power of samsara, none of them could resist at all. Their life force withered away as their souls dimmed. At this moment, the 9th floor was not the only place where the power of samsara had appeared. The entire 12th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace had been enveloped by the power of samsara. The world of volcanoes on the 8th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace had also been filled by the power of samsara. The fire-red lava below them had already turned pitch black at a visible rate. The power of samsara seemed to be able to permeate any place. Whether it was the connected volcanoes or the boiling lava, they were unable to stop its advance. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. A huge lava lizard leaped out of the lava, its body covered in terrifying wounds. Its huge eyes were filled with an indescribable fear, and it wanted to escape from this place. However, the light in its eyes quickly dimmed, as if it had lost all its strength in an instant. Its huge body that had just leaped into the air crashed into the lava with a loud bang, slowly sinking into the lava. Even the 12th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace was not spared. The 4 grand prime statues were also enveloped by the power of samsara. One of them had already collapsed, and only the other 3 shone with a hazy light as they persisted stubbornly. At this moment, the only thing that remained unaffected in the entire Tsang Poseidon Palace was the Neptunian Mountains on the 9th floor. However, the Grand Exalt's formation in the Neptunian mountains began to operate at full strength as well. It formed a huge barrier of energy that enveloped the entire mountain range, stopping the power of Samsara from invading. Master Chanlong stood on the highest peak in the Neptunian mountains. He looked at the devastating power of Samsara outside as he became extremely stern. Beside him, the giant python also coiled around him. Its illusory snake eyes also emitted a solemn light as it stared at the world outside without blinking. Gu Dao! Right at this moment, an indistinct voice sounded out slowly from the heavens and the earth. The voice was aged and carried a sense of age, as if it had already experienced an extremely long period of time, and it carried an aura of indifference as it reverberated through the entire Neptunian mountains. The eyes of Chanlong and the huge python both narrowed as they looked in the same direction. Right before them, outside the Tsang Poseidon Palace, a blurry figure hovered in the sky. The power of Samsara around him surged like a cloud beneath his feet. With a single glance, the blurry figure seemed to be the ruler of the world. Even the powerful power of Samsara was trampled beneath his feet. "Who are you?" Master Chanlong called out sternly. As soon as he saw the blurry figure, all his hairs stood on end as chills ran down his spine. The scales of the python beside him stood on end as its eyes narrowed to the size of a formation's core. "Old man, the Samsara of the 6 paths," said the blurry figure. His ancient voice contained the endless power of ways, causing the 3,000 laws to be disturbed and thrown into disorder. P.S. Originally, I planned to make up for it today, but I really am not in a good state today. I'm very exhausted, and my fingers often won't listen to me when I write. Without any other choice, I can only start tomorrow. In short, this month was a month for him to make up for it. Xiaoyao planned to make up for it in the remaining 20 days of the month. Chapter 22:22. The Samsaric? Master Chanlong murmured softly. He was confused. He found the name to be rather familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, in the next moment, Master Chanlong shuddered violently. He stared at the blurry figure outside the Neptunian mountains and cried out in shock. "Why, are you the Samsaric immortal exalt who destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunians single-handedly?" Master Chanlong's heart churned after learning the identity of the person who had come. He became extremely shocked and filled with deep disbelief. The legends of the Samsaric immortal exalt had reached his ears like thunder after he entered the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. However, every single rumor about the Samsaric immortal exalt was extremely shocking, enough to shock any divine king who heard it for the first time. The Taoist sect of Neptunian was a peak organization that shook up the saints' world in the past. Not only did they possess 1,000,000 disciples, but they also had 4 grand primes. One of their grand primes was so powerful that he had reached the apex of cultivation. He was known as one of the most powerful experts below Grand Exalts in the past, a terrifying existence only second to Grand Exalt. It was possible to imagine just how glorious the Taoist sect of Neptunian was in the past with such a supreme ancestor. However, the Taoist sect of Neptunian, which was a colossal existence in the eyes of many people in the saints' world, had been destroyed by the Samsaric immortal exalt alone. The 4 grand primes of the Taoist sect of Neptunian, including the one only second to Grand Exalt, had all died in the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. None of them survived. If it were not for the Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths, one of the 7 Grand Exalts of the Saints' World, the Taoist sect of Neptunian probably would not even have been able to preserve the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. The Samsaric immortal exalt would have shattered it. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how powerful the Samsaric immortal exalt was. At this very moment, the Samsara immortal venerable, who was a legendary figure in Master Chanlong's heart, had actually appeared in front of him. The impact on his heart was extremely strong. The trapped soul beside Chanlong widened its illusionary eyes as well. It also stared ahead in shock at the blurry figure who claimed to be the Samsaric Emperor. It was extremely shocked. Although they couldn't see the true face of the blurry figure, they felt a terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas when facing this figure. That figure did not speak. He merely hovered in the sky while terrifying reincarnation power churned violently around his body. It condensed into a cloud beneath his feet. At a glance, it was as though he was riding on a cloud. He did not admit to his identity, nor did he deny it. He only paused silently outside the boundary of the Neptunian mountains, as if he was looking in Qianlong's direction. A while later, his figure turned into a wisp of reincarnation power and vanished like a wisp of smoke. He did not set foot in the boundary of the Neptunian mountains. Several million kilometers away, Jianchen and over 100 heavily injured Divine King collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Under the envelopment of the reincarnation power, all of their vital energies rapidly flowed away. After losing a great amount of energy, it caused all of them to become weaker and weaker. Our vital energies are about to run out, but this mysterious power shows no signs of stopping at draining us of our vital energies. Are we going to die here today? Ruedi said bitterly. He did not fear death, but he found it extremely difficult to accept dying here for no apparent reason. It's said that there has always been a rumor in the Songhai Poseidon Palace that when the Neptunian moon appears, the Songhai Poseidon Palace will undergo great changes. Before, many people thought that this was because the artifact spirit had awakened and that the Songhai Poseidon Palace was about to choose a new master. But looking at it now, this is probably the true change, Shui Yunlan said with a sigh. Shui Yunlan sighed. Even with her strength, she was powerless to struggle before the terrifying power of samsara. It doesn't matter if I die here, but what about Her Majesty? Her Majesty is still very weak right now. It'll be very difficult for her to survive in the Saints' world alone. Shui Yunlan suddenly thought of Her Majesty, the snow goddess, who was still waiting for her to find cultivation resources. She immediately became worried. At this moment, a long whistle suddenly rang out from beside Shui Yunlan. Jianchen, who had originally collapsed on the ground, suddenly began to shine with a faint red light. The moment the red light appeared, a desolate presence that seemed to originate from ancient times immediately surged over. Along with it was a terrifying presence that completely exceeded Jianchen's own strength, enough to strike fear into the hearts of many divine kings. Under the pressure of the reincarnation power, Jianchen used the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline within him, forming a paper-thin red barrier around him. After using the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline, the reincarnation power that permeated the Songhai Poseidon Palace seemed to be temporarily cut off. As the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline rapidly flowed away, Jianchen gradually recovered some strength. He stood up from the ground with great difficulty. His actions immediately stunned everyone present. Everyone's gazes gathered on him as shock filled their faces. Ignoring the gazes in the surroundings, Jianchen slowly closed his eyes and focused. He began to gather the power of his soul as much as he could. He wanted to take out the Anata Tower in a single stroke and take everyone around him into it before leaving through the Cosmic Movement Talisman. However, whether it was taking out the Anata Tower or taking out the Cosmic Movement Talisman from his space ring, he needed to use the power of his soul. If it were any other time, it would have been effortless for him to do this. However, under the envelopment of the reincarnation power, he could only use the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline to form a thin barrier. Only then could he use a sliver of the power of his soul to do this. Faster! Faster! Jianchen panicked as he gathered the power of his soul. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline was being depleted far too quickly. He could not last much longer. There's actually the presence of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out from outer space, reverberating through the surroundings. When the voice rang out, the reincarnation force that permeated the surroundings began to surge violently. An illusionary figure that seemed to have fused with the reincarnation force silently appeared near Jianchen. As soon as this person appeared, he seemed to dominate the entire region, causing the laws in the surroundings to undergo a mysterious change. The barrier around Jianchen from the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline seemed to be suppressed by the laws of the world, shattering in an instant. Samsaric Immortal Exalt, please show mercy. At this moment, two streaks of light, one azure and one violet, suddenly appeared above Jianchen's head. The sword spirits appeared, turning into a young man and woman in their 20s. They stared at the blurry figure excitedly. Chapter 22-23. It's a long story. Samsaric Immortal Exalt, please show mercy and do not harm our master, Ziying pleaded. Her voice was filled with respect. The Samsaric Immortal Exalt took a step forward and arrived before Jianchen step by step. At the same time, his illusionary body that seemed to be condensed from the power of samsara gradually gained flesh and blood. It shone with a powerful light of life, surging like a vast ocean. When the Samsaric Immortal Exalt stood before Jianchen, he had already become an old man with flesh and blood. His silver hair reached his waist, and his ruddy complexion was ruddy. His old eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and 6 blurry samsara wheels seemed to revolve in his eyes. They possessed profound truths of the heavens, as if he had comprehended the mysteries of the universe and grasped the supreme laws. As the Samsaric Immortal Exalt studied Jianchen, Jianchen's eyes were also wide open. He stared at the Samsaric Immortal Exalt curiously. He felt endless curiosity and admiration towards the Samsaric Immortal Exalt, one of the 5 grand exalts of the Immortals world. This was because the Samsaric Immortal Exalt had single-handedly destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia. His strength was unquestionable. He was a true sovereign of the world, a supreme existence. The first impression that the Samsaric Immortal Exalt gave Jianchen was that he was surrounded by an aura of immortals. He seemed like he was riding the clouds. Even when he stood there very casually, he seemed to have fused with the world and become a part of the laws of the world. However, when Jianchen met the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's eyes, he immediately felt dizzy and his soul faltered. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body and be sucked away by the samsaric wheels that had vaguely appeared in the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's eyes. Jianchen closed his eyes as soon as he could in shock. He stopped looking at the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's eyes and silently stabilized his soul. I never thought that I would be able to meet that old man's successor in a foreign land. Sigh, it's just a pity that you cultivate the chaotic body, so your future is destined to be extremely limited. You probably won't be able to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. The Samsaric Immortal Exalt stared at Jianchen and gently sighed. He seemed to be extremely disappointed by Jianchen's chaotic body. Jianchen could naturally tell that the Samsaric Immortal Exalt was greatly disappointed in him, the successor of the sword sect of Violet Heavens. This was because there were plenty of people who cultivated the chaotic body in the Immortals world. However, throughout history, no one who cultivated the chaotic body had ever reached Immortal Exalt. As time went on, the concept that Immortal Emperor was the limit formed. Even though the primal chaos energy was very powerful and was known to be invincible among those of the same level, it could challenge those of a higher level. However, immortal emperors were limited by their cultivation. No matter how heaven-defying and shocking their battle prowess was, they were still immortal emperors in the end. They were still as insignificant as ants before the supreme grand exalts who were like the laws of the world. They could not fight back at all. As a result, in the eyes of the Samsaric Immortal Exalt, Jianchen's future was already decided. He believed that it was impossible for Jianchen to reach the same level as the old master of the sword spirit. Samsaric Immortal Exalt, don't underestimate our master. Our master is not as simple as you imagine him to be. We believe that our master will break the legend that those with the chaotic body cannot become immortal exalts, the sword spirits said confidently. They were condensed from yin and yang qi, so they possessed some natural advantages and abilities. From time to time, they could see some secrets of the world that even grand exalts could not see through, so they knew that Jianchen was extraordinary. Senior 6 Paths of Reincarnation, some of these people are my friends, please forgive them this once. Please forgive me. Jianchen was no longer injured by the samsaric immortal exalt. He stood up from the ground with great difficulty and bowed to the samsaric immortal exalt politely. Aside from Jianchen, all the divine kings gathered nearby had fallen unconscious with the appearance of the samsaric immortal exalt. Jianchen was the only one who remained conscious. Don't worry, none of them will die. The power of the old man's soul has been hidden in Poseidon Palace for so many years. It's not for dealing with these kids, said the samsaric immortal exalt. The samsaric immortal exalt said, no matter how talented these supreme god-kings were, they were not enough to catch his attention. Senior samsaric immortal exalt, may I ask how the artifact spirit of Poseidon Palace is right now? Jianchen asked. He had many questions that he wanted to ask. Whether it was related to Poseidon Palace or the Immortals' world, he hoped that the samsaric immortal exalt would be able to understand them. In particular, the artifact spirit of Poseidon Palace was something that Jianchen cared about the most right now. The artifact spirit of the palace has only been temporarily suppressed by the old man. The old man's original body is far away in the Immortals' world, so killing it with just the power of his soul is not something that can be done in a short amount of time, said the samsaric immortal exalt. Jianchen was shocked when he heard that. The samsaric immortal exalt was able to suppress the artifact spirit of Poseidon Palace with just the power of his soul. The samsaric immortal exalt could use the power of the divine hall as he wished. If his original body had come, just how terrifying would it be? He could probably shatter the Neptunian divine palace with a wave of his hand and kill the artifact spirit with a wave of his hand. Samsaric immortal exalt, may I ask how the sword sect of Purple Heavens is doing right now? Does it still exist in the Immortals' world? The sword spirits also asked. They were nervous, as if they were afraid of hearing something that they could not accept. Although they were only sword spirits, the twin swords were the treasures of the sword sect of Purple Heavens after all. The sword spirits had a special attachment to the sword sect of Purple Heavens. The samsaric immortal exalt fell silent when the sword spirits mentioned the sword sect of Purple Heavens. However, his reaction made the hearts of the sword spirits sink. Sorrow filled their faces as they asked with trembling voices, does the sword sect of Purple Heavens no longer exist? Jianchen shivered inside when he heard that. Although he had no attachment to the sword sect of Purple Heavens, where he had not even seen it before, he was still the successor of the sword sect of Purple Heavens after all. If the sword sect of Purple Heavens really was destroyed, he would not feel good either. Sigh. The samsaric immortal exalt gently sighed and shook his head. The sword sect of Purple Heavens still exists, but the situation might not be too optimistic. The samsaric immortal exalt paused there. He looked at Jianchen and said sternly, if your identity in the saints' world hasn't been exposed, it's best if you stay in the saints' world for a while. Recklessly returning to the immortals' world before you've become powerful might not be a good thing for you. Senior samsaric. Enough, we can talk about that later. Old man has something even more important to do. It's related to the future of the immortals' world. The samsaric immortal exalt stopped Jianchen with a wave of his hand. He was unwilling to say anything more. Afterwards, he looked at the unconscious supreme divine kings in the surroundings and suddenly made a grabbing motion. With that, the surrounding space suddenly shrank, affected as well. Jianchen saw threads of various sizes being pulled out from the divine kings in disbelief. They were all grabbed by the samsaric immortal exalt. These are threads of karma? Jianshan's face immediately changed when he recognized the threads of energy. He immediately stood before Shangguan and pointed at Mingdong, Shui Yunlan, Aladona, Rui Di and Ji. He said, "Senior, these people are my friends. Please spare them." Although he knew that the samsaric immortal exalt would not take their lives, Jianshan experienced an ill omen when he saw their threads of karma being pulled out. The samsaric immortal exalt turned around and stared at Jianshan deeply. His face sank slightly and he said, "They're from the saint's world." Chapter 22-24. The samsaric immortal exalt looked at Jianshan silently. His gaze, which was as profound as the starry sky, gradually sharpened. In the eyes of the samsaric immortal exalt, it was basically impossible for Jianshan to reach the peak due to his cultivation of chaotic force. It was impossible for him to become someone who could attract the attention of a grand exalt like him. However, Jianshan was the successor of the sword sect of Violet Heavens after all. No matter how great his achievements were in the future, no matter how far he could go, he would still be a person of the Immortals' world. The Immortals' world stood against the Saints' world, yet he was actually so close to the people of the Saints' world under such tense circumstances. This made the samsaric immortal exalt extremely displeased. Whatever. A while later, the samsaric immortal exalt sighed gently. The sharpness in his eyes gradually vanished, and they became profound again. He said, "Seeing how you're the only successor of that old man, I'll let you off." As he said that, the samsaric immortal exalt loosened his grip slightly. The threads of karma that belonged to Shangguan Mingdong, Shui Yunlan, Aladona, Rui Di, and Ji Yi immediately left his hand and returned to their bodies. Among the children you want to protect, 3 of them have quite the background. They're closely connected to grand exalts of the saints' world. If the old man wants to do something to their karma, they'll definitely sense it. As a result, even if you don't say anything, the old man won't touch the 3 of them recklessly," said the samsaric immortal exalt. The samsaric immortal exalt said, "Everyone had different backgrounds and came in contact with different people, so the threads of karma they formed were different as well." He had only just discovered that Adriana, Shui Yunlan, and Mingdong were actually connected to grand exalts of the saints' world through the threads of karma. As a result, he did not dare to touch them recklessly. Jianshan immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard that the samsaric immortal exalt was no longer doing anything to Shangguan and the others. He looked at the thread of karma in the samsaric immortal exalt's hand, and doubt gradually filled his eyes. He could clearly see that in the hands of the samsaric immortal venerable, there were already over 1,000 karmic threads of different sizes gathered. Among them, over 100 came from the divine king nearby. The remaining 1,000 karmic threads seemed to have crossed through space and time, extending from an unknown place. Among them was a fiery red karmic thread that was noticeably larger than the rest. It attracted Jianshan's attention. From this karmic thread, Jianshan seemed to sense the aura of the lava lizard. This allowed him to instantly confirm that the karma thread came from the giant lava lizard. At this moment, Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. To his surprise, he discovered that the thread of karma from the lava lizard had suddenly scattered into many extremely thin threads. The other end of each thread was connected to the divine king, and one of them was actually connected to Jianshan. Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He looked around and discovered that the only people who did not have any threads of karma with the lava lizard were Shangguan Mingdong, Shui Yunlan, Aladona, Rui Di, and Ji Yi. In reality, none of them had come into contact with the lava lizard at all. Karma. Jianshan sank into his thoughts with this discovery. Vaguely, he seemed to comprehend something. He gained a rough understanding of the way of karma. "I never thought you would actually be able to see threads of karma," said the samsaric immortal venerable. The samsaric immortal exalt's voice rang out. He looked at Jianchen in surprise and said, "You can see the threads of karma, which means you can grasp the way of karma." The samsaric immortal exalt withdrew his gaze. He looked at the threads of karma that he controlled and said after some thought, "Everything in the world has karma, from a newborn baby to a grand exalt who stands at the apex of the world. There are no exceptions. In this universe, no one can escape karma. When people come into contact with each other, karma will be planted, forming threads of karma, indicating that you're connected to them. When immortals come into contact with each other, be it through kindness or enmity, karma will also form, forming threads of karma. For example, the red thread of karma you see right now. It comes from the innate spirit formed from endless fire elemental energy on the 8th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. You people have come into contact with the innate spirit and have fought with it before, so a thread of karma has formed between you and the innate spirit. However, the people you want to protect clearly haven't come into contact with the innate spirit at all. They haven't even met, so their relationship with the innate spirit is pure, so naturally, there are no threads of karma, the samsaric immortal venerable said slowly. He explained many of the mysteries of the way of karma, allowing Jianchen to gain a more direct understanding of the way of karma. Senior samsaric, are you trying to find the people behind the Supreme Divine King through their threads of karma? Jianchen asked. As his understanding of karma gradually deepened, he seemed to understand the samsaric immortal venerable's intentions. The samsaric immortal venerable nodded, "That's right. Since these kids are Supreme Divine King, their backgrounds are naturally quite impressive. Through these threads of karma, Old Man can easily find all the people who have karmic ties with them. If they have deep ties with chaotic primes or even grand primes, Old Man can even find those grand primes through the threads of karma. With Old Man's mastery of the way of karma and the essence and bloodline of these people, he can leave behind a demonic seed in the hearts of all the people who have karmic ties with them. As long as he doesn't do anything to those grand primes who are too outstanding, no one will be able to find out." Jianchen was shocked. In that case, the samsaric immortal venerable would be able to move against over 100 organizations simultaneously through these Supreme Divine King, leaving behind demonic seeds in the hearts of thousands of people. Even regular grand primes would not be able to survive. That was just too terrifying. Although he did not know what would happen to the people who were left with demonic seeds, he knew it would not be good without even thinking about it. It's just a pity that many people were slain by the innate spirits on the 8th floor. In the end, only 100 or so people remain. As for the people scattered elsewhere, there aren't many of them who have karmic ties with experts, so they're not very useful, continued the samsaric immortal venerable. He was filled with pity. "Senior samsaric, why are you doing this?" Jianchen asked. "For the immortals' world," the samsaric immortal exalt said sternly. Afterwards, with a thought, the vital essences that had been extracted from the Supreme God Kings all appeared in the air. There were over 100 of them, and they turned into transparent balls of light of various sizes. They hovered above the Supreme God Kings as they slowly approached their threads of karma. The samsaric immortal venerable had already begun to move. He attempted to find the people behind the Supreme Divine King through the karmic ties and plant a demonic seed in the hearts of all the people who had karmic ties with them. "Senior samsaric, you're one of the grand exalts of the immortals' world after all. You're an existence that stands at the apex of the world, yet you're actually moving against a group of juniors. Isn't that a little beneath you?" At this moment, a woman's voice boomed from the heavens and earth. Her voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, as beautiful as the heavens and earth. There was also a sense of aloofness and coldness in her voice. As the woman's voice rang out, the entire Azure Poseidon Palace shook violently. The power of reincarnation that filled every inch of the Azure Poseidon Palace also surged violently. P.S. Recently, Xiaoyao had clearly updated, but I've received many complaints from readers that I haven't updated today. Some readers even complained to me that I haven't updated for many days. When Carefree saw the news, he felt that he had been wronged. Now, Carefree would like to explain to his brothers that the Primal Chaos Sword God has a lot of reading platforms. All the platforms that charge for reading the Primal Chaos Sword God are authentic. However, these platforms are not the first ones. What was a first website? It was a platform that could be seen immediately after the author updated. That was the first website. As for the other platforms, there would often be delays. There were even some platforms that did not synchronize the chapters for several days, or even stopped updating altogether. Hence, in order for everyone to know the latest situation of Chaos Sword God, please listen to Xiaoyao's WeChat public account. Xingxingxiao 110. Chapter 22-25. This sudden voice caused Jianshan's expression to change. He gazed at the churning power of samsara and the violently trembling cerulean Poseidon Palace. His heart suddenly sank as he realized that the situation was bad. Some supreme experts had already made it to the Azure Poseidon Palace. To be able to ignore the supreme defense of a high-quality god artifact and use brute force to break through the layers of obstructions and barge in from the outside, one could imagine just how powerful this person was. I never thought that the experts of the saints' world would come so quickly. The samsaric immortal Exalt became stern as well. He turned around and stared at Jianshan in interest. He growled, "The person who has come is extremely powerful. Old Man's clone is not his opponent at all. The Old Man has already erased the thread of karma between you and the Old Man. You must remember, before your identity is exposed, do not return to the immortal world. Even if you return to the immortals' world in the future, do not reveal the sword spirits of the twin swords before you are powerful enough. The sword spirits of the azulate swords are unique existences in the world. When the two swords fuse, they possess the power to split apart the world. In the past, when that old man wielded the azulate swords, no one in the immortals' world dared to touch them. However, ever since that old bastard died, the sovereigns of the immortals' world no longer had anything to worry about. In all these years, they've never stopped searching for the sword spirits. The samsaric immortal Exalt warned sternly. Before Jianshan could reply, he pointed at Jianshan. Immediately, a powerful force of samsara surged into Jianshan's body, causing Jianshan to return to his previous state. He lost all his strength in a single moment, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. Moreover, the pain he suffered this time was countless times more intense than before. Not only did he become extremely weak in an instant, his head was extremely heavy, and he almost fainted. As his consciousness became hazy, Jianshan bit his tongue and did his best to stay awake. Fortunately, the samsaric immortal Exalt treated Jianshan completely differently from how he treated the supreme divine kings. Seeing how Jianshan did not want to fall unconscious, he did not force him. Since you're not afraid of being exposed, the Old Man will give you a fortuitous encounter. Whether you benefit from it will depend on your own fortune, said the samsaric immortal Exalt. In the next moment Jianshan felt the world around him. The samsaric immortal Exalt had already extracted a sliver of his soul, fusing with the samsaric immortal Exalt. In a daze, Jianshan felt like he had become the samsaric immortal Exalt at that moment, and the samsaric immortal Exalt was him. He seemed to have fused with the samsaric immortal Exalt. Boom! At this moment, a deafening rumble rang out. This time, it was much louder than before, as if it came from within the Poseidon Palace. Has he already entered the Poseidon Palace? That's much faster than the Old Man expected. The samsaric immortal Exalt looked at the sky and became even sterner. Afterwards, his hand rapidly moved through the air, affecting the threads of karma, causing them to change as well. This is the Old Man's usage of the way of karma. Comprehend it carefully. Whether you can understand it or not will depend on your own comprehension, said the samsaric immortal exalt. Gentian's soul that had fused with the samsaric immortal exalt immediately began to focus on comprehending the way of karma from the samsaric immortal exalt seriously. The samsaric immortal exalt was a grand exalt who had reached the apex of a world. To be able to receive the personal teachings of a grand exalt was a fortuitous encounter that could change the fate of anyone. He knew how precious this opportunity was, so he treasured it greatly. The samsaric immortal exalt purposefully slowed down, demonstrating to Jianshan as clearly as possible. He was truly passing on his way of karma to Jianshan selflessly. Jianshan clearly saw how the samsaric immortal exalt used the way of karma. At the same time, he saw the threads of karma of the various supreme divine kings change under the samsaric immortal exalt's hands. As they changed, a mysterious power seemed to be planted within the supreme divine kings through their threads of karma. Jianshan had no idea what the mysterious power was, but he understood that it was the demonic seed that the samsaric immortal exalt had mentioned. Originally, the old man wanted to use these people's threads of karma to plant a demonic seed in all the people behind them, but it's too late now, the samsaric immortal exalt said regretfully. As soon as he said that, the pitch-black night sky on the 9th floor of the Poseidon Palace suddenly became extraordinarily bright. It shone like the sun, illuminating the entire world. The samsaric immortal exalt no longer paid any attention to the divine kings lying on the ground. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. Above the sky, a hazy figure bathed in the sunlight slowly descended from the sky. With her arrival, the laws rumbled, the sky roared, and the ground trembled. The laws all pulsed, as if she was a god of the world. Her arrival caused the world to change. Beneath her feet were blurry stairs formed by the power of rules. When she descended from the sky, it was as if she was walking down the stairs of rules step by step. Not only did the resplendent light from her illuminate every inch of the Poseidon Palace like the sun, but it also dispersed the power of samsara from the samsaric immortal exalt bit by bit under the light. As a result, the space that the power of samsara occupied was gradually replaced by the light. This woman really is terrifying. She can probably pierce the sky with a raise of her hand and destroy an entire region of space. Jianshan studied the hazy woman before him as he fused with the samsaric immortal exalt. He was shocked. He knew that the cultivation of the woman in front of him was so strong that it had probably reached an inconceivable level. No wonder even the high-quality god artifact of the Poseidon Palace couldn't stop you for long. You're only a step away from the great perfection of laws. Whether it's the immortals' world or the saints' world, experts who can reach your level of cultivation are extremely rare. Who are you? Which organization do you come from? The samsaric immortal exalt asked calmly. The woman stood at the same height as the samsaric immortal exalt. Light filled the sky around her, blurring her figure. She bowed slightly, greeting the samsaric immortal exalt as a junior. She said coldly, "This junior is Exion. My master is the Unata Grand Exalt. Greetings, Senior Samsaric." Chapter 22-27. Thank you for your praise, Senior Samsaric, Exion said calmly. Afterwards, her resplendent eyes paused on Ming Dong for a while before slowly glancing at the divine king on the ground. She said, "Senior Samsaric, you're one of the renowned sovereigns of the world in the immortals' world. You're a supreme existence revered by all immortals. Aren't you losing your status as a senior by attacking these juniors with your status?" The samsaric immortal exalt could not be bothered to explain himself. He stood in the air as a powerful presence flooded out. He chuckled aloud, "Cut the crap and do it. Let's show old man just how long you'll need to destroy the old man's clone." Exion's gaze immediately became piercing when she heard that. She clasped her fist towards the samsaric immortal exalt and said coldly, "If that's the case then I'll have to offend you." Just as she finished speaking, The multicolored light that filled the sky around Exin suddenly became incomparably dazzling. Her aura soared into the sky, causing the void to be destroyed, the sky to shatter, and all the stars in the sky to dim. The entire ninth layer seemed to have entered an era of great destruction, giving people the illusion that it was about to be destroyed. Of course, this was only because Exion's presence was just too terrifying. It was just an illusion of grandeur on the ninth floor of the Tsang, Poseidon Palace. The Tsang Poseidon Palace was a high-quality god artifact after all. It was extremely tough. No matter how powerful Exion was, it was impossible for her to destroy an entire floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace with her presence alone. At this moment, Exion struck out. She hovered in the air without moving at all. She directly pressed her slender hand towards the Samsaric immortal exalt from afar. With this press, the great path immediately appeared, and the laws formed into chains. The space in front of her seemed to be compressed by an unbelievably powerful force, and it directly collapsed, turning into an eternal darkness. At the same time, the collapsing space rapidly extended towards the Samsaric immortal exalt at an unbelievable speed. Jianshan became extremely shocked when he personally witnessed Exion's attack. He had fused the power of his soul with the Samsaric immortal exalt's body. Exion was just too powerful. The height that she stood at had completely exceeded Jianshan's understanding and knowledge. Just a casual strike from her was enough to make the laws appear. Endless mysteries circulated, and the terrifying power directly collapsed the tough space within the Poseidon Palace. The Samsaric immortal exalt remained the same as before, but his old eyes still became stern. He pointed a finger at the sky and the surging power of samsara surged behind him. It turned into 6 huge black holes that formed a wheel of samsara. It hovered above his head and spewed out endless power of samsara. The Samsaric immortal exalt and Exion began to engage in an intense battle within the Poseidon Palace. Energy clashed with energy, and laws collided with laws, creating deafening booms. The space within the Poseidon Palace constantly collapsed. The sky had already been destroyed, reduced to eternal darkness. The ground had already vanished, reduced to a bottomless abyss. The entire Poseidon Palace had almost been pierced through. However, as a strand of Jianshan's soul had fused with the Samsaric immortal exalt, he actually felt like he was there when the Samsaric immortal exalt fought Exion. It was as if the person fighting Exion was not the Samsaric immortal exalt but himself. Not only did he sense the various mysteries of the laws of destruction from Exion, but he could even vaguely sense the power of samsara that the Samsaric immortal exalt used. Aside from that, their control over energy, their usage of laws, and the feeling of fusing with the laws left Jianshan with a deep impression. He benefited greatly. He felt like a door had been opened to him, allowing him to see a whole new world. However, happy times were always short-lived. Jianshan, who was intoxicated by the great joy and greedily absorbed the battle experience of the two sovereigns, only lasted for a few seconds before withdrawing from the state of intoxication. Immediately, a deep sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him. Only now did he realize that the strand of power he had fused with the Samsaric immortal exalt's soul had become extremely weak. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the Samsaric immortal exalt had become extremely weak, so weak that his soul clone had almost dispersed with the wind. Even after stabilizing himself under the Samsaric immortal exalt's forceful control, he could not last for much longer. He was on the brink of collapse. Before him, Exion bathed in the multicolored light as she stood there unscathed. The laws of the world revolved around her, making her seem like a supreme goddess. She was otherworldly and otherworldly, untainted by the mortal world. The Samsaric immortal exalt was not Exion's opponent in the end. After all, Exion was so powerful that she was only a single step away from achieving great perfection. She was one of the few supreme experts in the saints' world, an existence that stood at the apex of the pyramid, second only to Grand Exalt. Although the Samsaric Immortal Exalt was one of the Grand Exalts of the Immortals world, he was naturally not Exion's opponent with just his soul clone. Although Old Man doesn't have a good impression of you because you cultivate the chaotic body, you really might be extraordinary since the Sword Spirits have chosen you. I hope you really will be like what the Sword Spirits have said in the future and create miracles. At this moment, the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's voice rang out in Jianshan's soul. Even though his soul was about to disperse, his voice was still powerful. They were communicating through their minds. Even if Exion, who possessed great cultivation, was nearby, she would not be able to sense the voice at all. There's one more thing that you must remember. The Pernite ore on the 8th floor of the Poseidon Palace cannot end up in the hands of the people of the Saints' world. Although the Pernite ore is only a high-quality god-tier material, it's one of the essential materials for forging a super-weapon. This super-weapon is not a product of this aeon. It has a long history that can be traced back to the previous aeon or even the aeon before that. Its power is beyond the imagination of the experts of this age. Once it's forged, the Immortals' world and the Demons' world will be in trouble. In the past, the Old Man ventured into the Saints' world alone and destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia single-handedly because the Taoist sect of Neptunia possessed a large amount of Pernite Oregon. Even the Old Man's soul clone here mainly came for the Pernite Oregon. As for planting demonic seeds in the people behind the Supreme Divine King through the threads of karma, that was only the second reason. Originally, the Old Man wanted to use the threads of karma to plant demonic seeds in the people behind the Divine King before thinking of a way to destroy the Pernite or directly take it away. However, what the Old Man never thought was that the peak experts of the Saints' world would still arrive so quickly even after the Old Man had disrupted the heavenly secrets and prevented the Grand Exalts of the Saints' world from divining. The Old Man did not have enough time to complete all of this. As a result, the Old Man can only leave the unfinished business to you. There's a person with a soul residing in a formation flag in the Neptunian mountains. You have their threads of karma, so you should know about their existence. If you can defeat them, you have to find a way to kill them before they leave the Neptunian mountains. If they die, even if the Pernite ore ends up in the hands of the people of the Saints' world, it'll only be a decent material. It'll prevent the Immortals' world from facing this super weapon in the future. After the Samsaric Immortal Exalt said that, Jianshan immediately felt his soul ache slightly. As the world spun around him, he directly lost his connection with the strand of soul. His strand of soul had dissipated along with the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's soul clone. Chapter 22-28. Although Jianshan had lost a strand of his soul, everything he had experienced after fusing with the Samsaric Immortal Exalt was completely reflected back to his original body, allowing him to remember everything clearly. The Samsaric Immortal Exalt's clone had vanished, while Exion hovered in the air, completely unscathed. She had already withdrawn the torrential presence that she gave off. At that moment, no one could sense her cultivation at all apart from the fact that the light around her was still as strong as before. The power of samsara that permeated the Poseidon Palace rapidly dispersed after being purified by the glow from Exen. Wherever the glow passed by, the power of samsara would disperse. In the blink of an eye, not a single strand of the power of samsara remained in the huge Poseidon Palace. It was not just the 9th floor. Even the power of samsara on the other 11 floors had been purified by the glow. Without the suppression of the power of samsara, the supreme god kings who had fainted on the 9th floor all woke up. Having lost most of their vital energies, they were clearly extremely weak. Even the effortless act of standing up was extremely difficult for them now. What happened? That's strange. Why did I faint? As soon as they woke up, all of their eyes were filled with confusion, as if they could not remember what had happened earlier. Jianshan opened his eyes as well. He shook his rather groggy head and slowly stood up as well. He glanced around and saw Shangguanmu Mingdong, Aladona, Shui Yunlan, Rui Di Jiyi and so on. They all woke up as well, standing up with great difficulty. "Are you all right?" Jianshan endured the true powerlessness that filled him as he made his way over with great difficulty. He asked in concern. Jianshan was the same as the Divine King in the surroundings. He had also lost a large amount of vital energies, so he was extremely weak right now. The samsaric immortal exalt did not return the vital energies to him. However, Jianshan understood that the reason why the samsaric immortal exalt did not return the vital energies to him was because he did not want him to stand out from the others. Otherwise, if everyone here had been drained of their essence, energy, and spirit and was in a weakened state, and only he was unharmed, it would naturally attract the attention and suspicion of this peerless master in front of him. This would bring him many unnecessary problems, and he might even expose his identity. However, even with that being the case, Jianshan still felt uneasy. He was extremely nervous. He knew just how powerful the woman hovering in the air was. Before a supreme expert like that, he was not completely confident that he could hide his secret. Once the existence of the sword spirits was exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. So close. It really was close this time. We almost died here. The existence of that power can actually cut off all methods of communication. I didn't even have the chance to ask my 8th senior sister for help. Ming Dong stood up from the ground in a haggard manner as he said with lingering fear. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Only now did everyone else aside from Jianshan notice the woman who hovered in the air and bathed in dazzling light. At this moment, she seemed to have become a scorching sun. She illuminated the surroundings, turning the dark Poseidon Palace into day. No one could see her face clearly. They could only vaguely see a hazy, peerless beauty. At this moment, Exian hovered high in the sky. She completely ignored the Supreme Divine King in the surroundings. She only glared at Ming Dong and said coldly, "Your soul is injured and your vitality is depleted. If it weren't for the assistance of the pill, you probably wouldn't have survived until now. Just a single trip to the Poseidon Palace almost cost you your life. You really do know how to bring honor to the heavenly palace of Bishing." Ming Dong immediately felt like he was being stabbed by needles under Exian's glare. However, he showed no fear. He raised his head to meet Exian's gaze and said, "And who are you? What does the matters of our heavenly palace of Bishing have to do with you?" As Ming Dong spoke, the 5 divine generals behind him bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Your subordinates greet the First Highness." "The First Majesty?" Ming Dong was stunned when he heard the voices of the 5 divine generals. Even all the Supreme Divine King gathered there became stunned. Shock filled their faces. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing was a name that resounded like thunder in their ears. She was a supreme expert who stood at the apex of the saints' world. She was a terrifying figure who could make the ancestors of many peak organizations suffocate. At the same time, it was also because of her existence that the heavenly palace of Bishing was able to remain standing in the saints' world despite losing the Unata Grand Prime. At this moment, the supreme figure who was only a legend in the eyes of all the supreme god kings had actually appeared before them. All of them were overjoyed. "Greetings to the First Majesty." Aside from Ming Dong, everyone gathered there bowed politely. Even Aladona and Shui Yunlan bowed. In order to not stand out, Jianshan copied everyone else and bowed towards Exian. "You're the first senior sister?" Ming Dong stared at Exian blankly as he asked in surprise. In reality, he had never seen his mysterious first senior sister before. However, when the Supreme God Kings heard Ming Dong refer to them as the first senior sister, they immediately felt like they had been struck by a bolt of lightning. It stunned all of them as their hearts churned. They were quite frightened by Ming Dong's words. They could all tell that Ming-Dong was connected to the heavenly palace of Bishing from how the 5 divine generals protected him, but none of them knew the exact details. However, none of them dared to imagine that Ming-Dong's relationship with the heavenly palace of Bishing would actually be so shocking. He had actually directly referred to the First Majesty as the first senior sister. Everyone knew exactly what this meant. This made them all tremble in fear. Following this, their gazes towards Ming-Dong underwent a drastic change. Chapter 22-29. Jianchen let out a sigh of relief after Exian left. In reality, he felt very uneasy when he faced such an expert at such a close distance. Fortunately, Exian had never paid any attention to him, much less paid any attention to him. She completely treated him like air. Perhaps that was why the sword spirits did not reveal themselves to Exian. Because he knew that with Exian's peerless cultivation, if she really wanted to seriously investigate him, then he wouldn't have the slightest secret to speak of. The difference between them was just too great. They were not on the same level at all. Even if he wanted to hide, he would not be able to. That was close. Only now did Jianchen suddenly discover that his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how nervous he had been earlier. I still need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Only personal strength is the foundation of everything. Moreover, the more powerful I am, the more confident I will be in being able to hide myself before these experts so that they won't be able to see through all my secrets with a single glance. Jianchen's eyes were determined as he secretly made up his mind. Jianchen, this is a divine pill of chaotic heavens. It's specially used to replenish vitality. At this moment, Ming-Dong arrived beside Jianchen and passed a thumb-sized pill to Jianchen. It's actually a divine pill of chaotic heavens. That's a 5th grade god tier pill. It's extremely precious. The supreme divine kings in the surroundings immediately cried out when they saw the divine pill of chaotic heavens. Their eyes lit up as they became filled with envy. Clearly, the divine pill of chaotic heavens was so precious that even with their background and origins, they would be moved by it. Only Ming-Dong, who was the 9th Majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing, was wealthy enough to look down on a 5th grade god tier pill. There's no need. I have quite a few god tier heavenly resources here. They're not necessarily worse than your divine pill of chaotic heavens. Jianchen took out a few god tier heavenly resources from his space ring with a smile. At the same time, Shui Yunlan, Aladona, Rui Di, and Ji all pulled out god-tier pills from their space rings and began to recover their vitality. Even Shangguan Mu had god-tier pills on her. Although they were not as good as Ming-Dong's divine pills, they were still extremely precious. Jianchen, these heavenly resources of yours are bitter and forceful. They're very difficult to absorb and refine. They're not as gentle as pills at all. Just use my pill. Shangguan Mu passed a jade bottle to Jianchen as concern filled her eyes. Hearing this, Jianchen chuckled and said, "Don't forget that my cultivation method is special. Absorbing the medicinal power of these treasures might be difficult for others, but for me, it's effortless. Alright, everyone, hurry up and recover. We still have to hurry on with our journey." With that, Jianchen wolfed down the heavenly resources he remembered and began to recover. However, he was filled with doubt. He thought about what the Samsaric Immortal Exalt had said in the end. I really never thought that the true reason for the destruction of the Taoist sect of Neptunia would be the Pernite or on the 8th floor. However, why does the Samsaric Immortal Exalt want me to kill Chanlong no matter what? He even said that as long as Chanlong is dead, even if the Pernite or ends up in the hands of the Saints' world, it won't be able to pose a threat to the Immortals' world for a short period of time. Could it be that Chanlong is directly related to whether or not the Pernite or can be refined into a super weapon? Or is it because Chanlong is the only one in the entire Saints' world who can forge the supreme weapon from the Pernite ore? If that's really the case, It makes sense why the Samsaric Immortal Exalt wants me to kill Qianlong. It's just that Qianlong is only a divine king right now. Can he accomplish something that all the Grand Primes and even Grand Exalts in the Saints' world can't? Jian Chen sank into his thoughts as he recovered. He pondered silently. Suddenly, Jianchen shuddered and he snapped open his eyes. He stared in the direction of the Neptunian mountains deeply as he became surprised and doubtful. The Neptunian mountains, the Grand Exalt's formation. Several million kilometers away in the Neptunian mountains, Qianlong and the huge python remained at the top of the mountain. They did not move at all. The vast Neptunian mountains was extremely silent, as if the two of them were the only ones that existed. However, it was calm here, and the energy was abundant. Exion's battle against the Samsaric Immortal Exalt did not affect this place at all. It was like a completely different world compared to the violent and devastating scene outside. Neither Qianlong nor the python beside him said anything. They stared ahead as shock filled their eyes. They were in the Neptunian mountains, so they were not affected by the battle. However, the terrifying disturbance from several million kilometers away still made them shiver in fear. At that moment, Exion's figure silently appeared outside the boundary of the Neptunian mountains. When she appeared, the light had completely faded away, revealing her original appearance. Her white clothes were purer than snow, and she possessed an extraordinary bearing. She had a serious expression, yet possessed a unique charm. Her gaze was deep like a vast river of stars, and it seemed as if a myriad of laws were interwoven within her eyes and were developing the true meaning of the Grand Tao. Moreover, her body even carried an indisputable dignified aura that seemed to have already surpassed everything. As she spoke, she could split the heavens and the earth apart and decide the fate of all living beings, and she belonged to the type of supreme existence. However, at this moment she showed some respect. She looked at Qianlong and the soul beside him with mixed feelings. She bowed slightly and said politely, "Junior EXN greets Senior Gu Dao." Qianlong and the serpent looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. They did not know who Exion was, but they could vaguely sense that the woman before them was extraordinarily terrifying and powerful. However, at this moment, this woman's words and actions were puzzling. Perhaps because she could see the doubt in Qianlong and the python's eyes, Exion sighed gently and said, "In the past, when the Samsaric Immortal Exalt of the Immortals world destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia, Senior fought against the Samsaric Immortal Exalt. In the end, Senior's soul was shattered by the Samsaric Immortal Exalt, where it was scattered to different places." Exion looked at Qianlong and the python and continued, "Now, Master has only found a part of Senior's soul and a part of Senior's soul. She specially sent me to receive Senior and ask Senior to come to the heavenly palace of Bisheng. Master will help Senior recover as soon as possible. Perhaps Senior still doesn't know who you are, but Master is already helping Senior search for your scattered soul. Master is very resourceful, and since she has personally taken action, I'm sure she will be able to find Senior's remaining soul very soon." Chapter 2230. On the 12th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace, Jianchen brought Shangguan Mu'er Shui Yunlan, Aladona, Ming Dong, Rui Di, and Ji Yi back to the highest floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. After setting foot on the 12th floor, Jianchen looked at the 4 statues of Grand Primes that stood in the distance as he sighed emotionally inside. At that moment, he could not help but think about the first time he had come to the 12th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. At that time, he could not expose his identity, so he had to change his appearance and enter with an extremely low profile. In order to prevent people from recognizing him, he even had to avoid places where people gathered. He did not dare to get too close to the 4 statues. But now, when he set foot on the 12th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace for the second time, an extremely powerful force had already condensed around him. Not only was there Shui Yunlan and Aladona, but there was also Rui Di and Ji Yi, who had made it to the top 10 of the Divine King's thrones. Without a doubt, the battle prowess they possessed in the Tsang Poseidon Palace was the most powerful. The number of people on the 12th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace had decreased drastically. There were only a few dozen people scattered around the statues. Clearly, these people had never left the 12th floor, nor did they take part in the struggle for the girl. Of course, this did not mean they did not have any thoughts about the girl. Instead, it was because they understood their own strength, so they did not dare to compete with the supreme god-kings who ranked towards the top of the rankings. However, these divine kings were also extremely weak right now. The power of samsara had sapped away a large amount of their vital energies. They were currently recovering as quickly as they could through various pills and heavenly resources. Awaken the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry first. I'll look around nearby and see if I can find the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Jianshan stopped before the 4 statues and turned to Shangguan Mu. Shangguan Mu nodded. She found an empty spot and sat down. She took out the zither of the demonic cry and controlled it to absorb the mysterious energy in the surroundings again. We still haven't recovered all our energy, so we won't be going with you. If you need us to take action, just contact us, Rui Di said to Chun. Afterwards, he found a place nearby with Ji Yi and continued to recover. Brother, I need to hurry up and recover as well. I've just been scolded by first senior sister. I don't want to face 8th senior sister's criticism after I get out, Ming Dong said with a wry smile. Without a doubt, he was the most heavily injured person among them. If it were not for the large number of god-tier pills he had on him, it would have been very difficult for him to survive until now. Even if he managed to survive, his cultivation would have regressed. After all, he had used far too many powerful secret techniques. He had exceeded the limits of what he could endure long ago, so he was severely drained. Afterwards, Jianshan left by himself. Even Shui Yunlan and Aladona did not go with him. Instead, they remained there to recover. Everyone in the Poseidon Palace was affected by the power of samsara now. They had lost a large amount of vital energies, so they were unable to pose a threat to Jianshan in the short term. Moreover, the truly powerful Divine King was still on the 10th floor, so the 12th floor was extremely safe right now. Bang! 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Grand Prime's statue, a heavy sound rang out. An extremely damaged tower covered in sword slashes slammed into the ground with an unimaginable weight, causing the ground to tremble violently. Xiao Man emerged from the tower. Her large, innocent eyes were filled with unease and eagerness as she studied the surroundings. In the end, her gaze landed on Jianshan, and she immediately became worried. She asked in concern, "Brother Jianshan, what's wrong? Are you fine?" "I'm fine. This is the highest floor of the Poseidon Palace. Xiao Man, take this pendant and see if you can find the artifact spirit," said Jianshan. In order to make time, he had only recovered 30% of his vital energies before rushing to the 12th floor of the Poseidon Palace. As a result, he was pale and haggard. Clearly, he was also in a weakened state. "Okay, I'll try right now." Xiao Man accepted the jade pendant from Jianshan and bit her finger in a practiced manner, dripping a droplet of blood on it. The blood was absorbed by the jade pendant, but Jianshan and Xiao Man waited for a very long time, but they still failed to find any traces of the artifact spirit. Has the artifact spirit already died? Jianshan's heart sank when he saw this. He thought of the voice of the artifact spirit from the Poseidon Palace before the samsaric immortal exalt had appeared. If the artifact spirit really had died, it would be impossible for Xiao Man to take back the Poseidon Palace with her strength. Let alone Xiao Man, even if all the Divine King in the Poseidon Palace worked together, they would still be unable to obtain the Poseidon Palace. This was because he already knew that the center of the Poseidon Palace was in a region that was not open to the public. Apart from gaining the recognition of the artifact spirit, he needed to overcome the obstructions with great strength. Let alone the divine king, even some weaker grand primes would not be able to harm a high-quality god artifact with the toughness of a high-quality god artifact. This was unless they encountered a peak expert like the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. Jian Chen deeply furrowed his brows. He had no idea what to do about the problem he was facing right now. I can sense the presence of Master's bloodline again. Fantastic. Master's descendant didn't die to the samsaric immortal exalt. At the same time, an excited mental pulse appeared from an unknown place in the Poseidon Palace. Here, in a large net completely condensed from energy, there was a powerful will that was tightly bound inside. The ancient will struggled tenaciously. It did its best to resist, causing the net of energy to loosen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient will was naturally the artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace that Jianchen and the others had been searching for. Although I don't know what's happening outside, I can't sense the presence of the samsaric immortal exalt anymore. He should have vanished from the world already. Since I've lost control of the samsaric immortal exalt, this secret technique can forget about trapping me. Break. The artifact spirit bellowed out, and a powerful energy immediately surged out. It pierced the net like an arrow and created a hole in it, allowing it to finally connect with the Poseidon Palace again. Chapter 2231. Brother Jianchen, are we unable to find the artifact spirit? Somewhere on the 12th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace, Xiao Man sat on the ground rather powerlessly. She used her hands to support her chin as she stared at Jianchen helplessly. Her pitiful appearance was heart-wrenching. In the past few days they had been to many places. Not only had Jianchen taken Xiao Man to every place on the 12th floor, but they had even left their footprints on the 11th floor below. They had tried everything they could think of to find the artifact spirit in different places, but it was to no avail. It seemed like the method Xiao Man had used to disturb the artifact spirit the first time had completely failed. Jianchen stood beside Xiao Man like a sword stabbed into the ground. An invisible sword intent radiated from him. At this moment, he raised his head to look at the pitch-black sky of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. His gaze was extremely deep as he said softly, "Xiao Man, the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace might have fallen." Little guy, who did you say had fallen? However, just when Jianchen had finished speaking, an old voice rang out from nowhere. It was filled with great dissatisfaction. The sudden voice immediately shocked Jianchen. He turned his head and saw a short old man who was only 4 feet tall, barely reaching Jianchen's chest, appear beside Jianchen without any warning. He raised his head slightly and stared at Jianchen angrily. Behind the old man was Xiao Man, who sat on the ground. The old man just happened to be standing between Jianchen and Xiao Man, separating the two of them. "You are?" Jianchen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in shock. This was because he could not sense any presence from the old man at all. When he scanned with his soul, there was no one before him. He could only discover his existence with his naked eye. Jianchen knew the identity of the short old man in almost an instant. He had to be the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace without a doubt. "Little guy, watch what you say next time. If you say anything else, I'll make it so that you'll never be able to walk out of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. I'll trap you here for the rest of your life," the short old man said angrily with a stern face. He was threatening Jianchen. Jianchen stared at the old man without saying anything. Clearly, he was extremely surprised that the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace was still alive. "You didn't die at the hands of the samsaric immortal exalt?" After a while, Jianchen asked in surprise. However, as soon as Jianchen said that, the short old man leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He immediately jumped up from the ground and swung his hand towards Jianchen's head. He yelled furiously, "Little bastard, what are you saying? Do you know how to speak? Do you believe that I won't kill you with a single slap? In the Neptunian Divine Palace, I am the ruler. Does that old bastard from the Samsaric want to kill me with just a clone? Little bastard, are you trying to piss me off or are you looking down on me? Jianshan's head was firmly slapped by the short old man. The short old man was the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. In the Tsang Poseidon Palace, he was like a god. Jianshan could not resist at all. Fortunately, the old man's slap did not contain any power, so although it landed firmly on Jianshan's head, it did not injure Jianshan. Uncle, are you the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace? Xiao Man also stood up from the ground and stared at the short old man in surprise. She was actually a head taller than the short old man when she stood there. The short old man no longer paid any attention to Jianshan. He turned around and looked at Xiao Man. As he sensed the presence of Xiao Man's bloodline, his expression gradually became mixed. There was heavy sorrow as well. Correct, I am the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. The short old man admitted his identity. He looked at Xiao Man with extremely mixed feelings and said, "Back then, after the Samsaric Immortal Exalt destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia, I fell into a slumber due to my heavy injuries. Even now, I still haven't completely recovered. If it weren't for Master's bloodline, which awakened me with Master's bloodline, I probably would have remained in a slumber for a very long time. However, I never thought that the Samsaric Immortal Exalt would actually leave behind a clone of his soul in the Divine Palace. As a result, as soon as I awakened from my slumber a few years ago, I was attacked by the Samsaric Immortal Exalt. He originally wanted to disperse my consciousness and take the Tsang Poseidon Palace for himself. The Samsaric Immortal Exalt was powerful, one of the 5 grand exalts of the Immortals world, but he only left behind a clone of his soul. He was dreaming if he wanted to disperse my consciousness with just a clone," said the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. As soon as he mentioned the Samsaric Immortal Exalt, he gritted his teeth and was filled with hatred. Xiao Man remained silent. As soon as she heard the artifact spirit mention the Samsaric Immortal Exalt, she could not help but think of her parents. After entering the Tsang Poseidon Palace, she already knew that the deaths of her parents were inextricably linked to the Samsaric Immortal Exalt. Your father should have been my master's only grandson. Although my master was an expert who stood at the apex of the saints' world and was only second to grand exalts, he had extremely few descendants. He only had a son and a grandson. In the past, when the Samsaric Immortal Exalt attacked the Taoist sect of Neptunia, only his grandson was forcefully sent away by my master with his abilities. He severed his bloodline connection, which was why he was able to avoid the disaster back then. However, the Samsaric Immortal Exalt was just too powerful. He grasped the way of karma, so he could find all the disciples scattered across the entire saints' world through the connections between the disciples of the Taoist sect of Neptunia effortlessly. His power of samsara only needed to extend through the threads of karma, so no matter how far away they were, they would not be able to escape death. The grandson sent away by my master, your father, was also found by the Samsaric Immortal Exalt through the way of karma. Although my master discovered it in time and interfered with it with the power of the ways, forcefully severing all the threads of karma on his grandson from afar, he was still a step too late. A strand of the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's power of samsara had already extended through the threads of karma. The artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace sighed gloomily. She looked at Xiao Man with mixed feelings and said, "You can already imagine the result. Although your father's cultivation was not weak in the past, the difference was just too great when compared to the Samsaric Immortal Exalt. Not only would his cultivation regress after being corroded by the power of samsara, but he would also age day by day. His vitality would rapidly drain away. However, since your father was able to last until now and even leave behind the power of your bloodline, it must be said that it's a miracle. The samsaric immortal exalt is one of the 5 grand exalts of the immortals world. Due to Master's interference, there's only an extremely tiny amount of the power of samsara he left in your father's body. However, logically speaking, it's impossible for your father to last until now. It looks like someone has helped your father in the past as well. A sliver of surprise appeared in the artifact spirit's eyes. Xiao Man was already covered in tears when she heard about her parents' deaths again. She sobbed softly and gritted her teeth. My father, mother, grandfather, and great-grandfather were all killed by the samsaric immortal exalt. He's an evil person, a great evil person. If I have enough strength in the future, I will definitely take revenge for my father, mother, grandfather, and great-grandfather that I've never met. I'll kill my enemy with my own hands. At this moment, a seed of hatred had been planted in Xiao Man's heart. The samsara immortal venerate had killed her entire family, so her hatred for the samsara immortal venerate was extremely deep. Chapter 2232. Jianshan could not help but think of his encounter with the samsaric immortal exalt when he saw Xiao Man's hate-filled gaze and how he had selflessly imparted the way of karma to him. This made him sigh inside. He knew that Xiao Man might never be able to reach the Grand Exalt's level in her entire life. Finding the samsaric immortal exalt for revenge might only be an extravagant hope for her. It was impossible, but he could not bear to plant a seed of hatred in Xiao Man's heart at such a young age. I wonder if helping Xiao Man obtain the Poseidon Palace was the right thing to do. Jianshan stared at the artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon silently with mixed feelings. However, he remained calm on the surface, afraid that the artifact spirit who had lived for who knows how many years would notice something. The artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace of Poseidon's expression deepened. Her old eyes also shone with surging hatred as she said with a heavy voice, "This enmity must be avenged." Although Little Master might not be the samsaric immortal exalt's opponent in her entire life, there are many ways to take revenge. The artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon stared deeply at Xiao Man and said, "Let's talk about revenge in the future. The most important thing right now is for Little Master to grasp the Palace of Poseidon as soon as possible." "Can I grasp the Palace of Poseidon now?" Xiao Man asked. Before she had learnt the details of her parents' deaths from the artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon, she was filled with anticipation and excitement about controlling the Palace of Poseidon. However, she was unable to become happy no matter what. Her heart was extremely heavy. The artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon coughed gently and said hesitantly, "This is because Little Master is too weak right now, so it's impossible for her to completely grasp a high-quality god artifact like the Palace of Poseidon. As a result, I can only take Little Master to the central region of the Palace of Poseidon so that Little Master can refine the most basic parts of the Palace of Poseidon. Once Little Master refines the most basic parts, she will be able to enter and exit the Palace of Poseidon freely. Of course, Little Master's current cultivation is nowhere near enough to use the Palace of Poseidon against enemies or use the Palace of Poseidon. After all, you need to be a high-quality chaotic prime at the very least, or even a grand prime if you want to use a high-quality god artifact with ease." The artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon looked at Xiao Man, who was nowhere near godhood. He felt helpless. Probably even he had never thought that the only descendant of his master he had waited for after slumbering for so long would actually possess such a low cultivation. As a matter of fact, it could even be described as unsightly. However, Little Master is still young. She has cultivated for far too short a time, which is why her cultivation is so low. The Palace of Poseidon still has a large number of resources and various record. Under my guidance, it won't be difficult for the Little Master to increase her cultivation, thought the artifact spirit of the Palace of Poseidon. At this moment, Xiao Man could tell that she was about to leave. She said to Jianshan gratefully, "Brother Jianshan, I will never forget your kindness to me. I'll leave with the artifact spirit for a while first. Once I gain some basic control over the palace of Poseidon, I'll carry out our agreement." Xiao Man paused when she reached there. "Brother Jianchen, since we're safe now, you better let out Sister Xiun." Jianchen glanced at the artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon. After hesitating slightly, he took out the Anata Tower in the end and let out Xiun. The Anata Tower, the artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon, was not something the supreme divine king could compare to. He immediately recognized the Anata Tower the moment he saw it, and his face became filled with surprise. His gaze towards Jianchen became rather strange as well. "You little bastard, you sure are lucky. Even one of the 3 great treasures of the Anata Grand Prime, the Anata Tower, is in your hands. Although I don't know where you obtained the Anata Tower, it's a hot potato. It's not necessarily a good thing for you to have it on you. Let me give you a piece of advice. You better return the Anata Tower to the heavenly palace of Bishing as soon as possible. Once you try to lay your hands on the Anata Tower, the majesties of the heavenly palace of Bishing won't spare you. Return it as soon as possible. Perhaps it will bring you great benefits," the artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon said sincerely. With that, the artifact spirit of the palace of Poseidon vanished with Xiao Man and Xiun, leaving behind Jianchen all by himself. Jianchen sighed gently as he stared at the empty space before him. He left as well, directly making his way to the 9th floor of the palace of Poseidon. Before long, Jianchen arrived outside the Neptunian mountains. However, when he arrived there again, what appeared before him was a boundless, desolate land. The Neptunian mountains that originally stood there had completely vanished. "Heya, find where Chanlong is," Jianchen immediately called out. "Heya, Master, I can't sense Chanlong's location anymore. He's either been wiped out or has left the palace of Poseidon," said Heya. Jianchen stared at the desolate land that stretched as far as the eye could see and sank into his thoughts. At the same time, the experts from the various peak clans and organizations of the Saints' world had already gathered outside the palace of Poseidon in the dark, cold, and desolate space. They all dispersed and gathered outside the entrance of the palace of Poseidon. They stared at the palace of Poseidon as they discussed among themselves. Without any exception, all of them were primordial realm experts. There were quite a few chaotic primes as well. As they gathered there, they gave off a terrifying, ocean-like presence that actually caused the space there to distort. Even further away were countless spaceships. Every single one of them had a person standing on the deck. They also stared at the palace of Poseidon that stood silently like a primordial beast. What happened in the palace of Poseidon? Not only did the Supreme Divine King under the Divine King die en masse, but a Supreme Expert even suddenly descended afterwards. She broke through the various formations of the palace of Poseidon with her terrifying cultivation and forced her way in. Who is that woman who shines with light? Her strength is just too terrifying. Even with my cultivation as a peak infinite prime, I still feel fear when I face her. All the primordial realm experts discussed among themselves as they felt very uneasy. The formations in the palace of Poseidon are so powerful that they can stop grand primes, yet that senior actually entered in just a few seconds. Is she a legendary Grand Exalt? What? A Grand Exalt? The hearts of all the primordial realm experts present shuddered when they heard the mention of Grand Exalt. They were shocked. Grand Exalts were legendary existences in their eyes. They were existences that controlled the laws of the world. They were truly supreme. She's not a Grand Exalt, but she's not far away. If Old Man has guessed correctly, she should be the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing. An aged voice sounded. The person who spoke was an old man wearing a gray robe and carrying a long sword on his back. The old man had his eyes closed and was sitting cross-legged on a huge meteorite. His aura was restrained and he looked like an ordinary person. However, when all the primordial realm experts gathered there looked at the old man, they all showed fear. Solitary Sword Ancestor, I never thought you'd actually come here as well. At this moment, a booming voice boomed out from the depths of outer space. The terrifying sound waves ripped through space, causing huge, pitch-black cracks to appear. A huge ping shone with dazzling, azure light as it flew over from the depths of outer space. It moved with unbelievable speed, as if space had no concept of distance before it. It could cross billions of kilometers in a single instant. In the previous moment it was still in the depths of outer space, but in the next moment it had already arrived outside the palace of Poseidon. It moved so quickly that it seemed like teleportation. Chapter 2233. The Azure Pring King appeared in his original form. Just like his name, he was an extremely huge azure pring. Every single feather flickered with azure light and was as tough as dragon scales. They pulsed with extremely powerful and terrifying energy. He hovered silently in outer space like a colossal meteor. Even the majestic Poseidon Palace was not even a tenth the size of the Azure Pring King's original form. Heavens, I never thought that the person sitting on the meteor would actually be the legendary Solitary Sword Ancestor. Not only has the Solitary Sword Ancestor come personally, but even the famed Azure Pring King has come. Coupled with the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing who entered the Azure Poseidon Palace, just what has happened to the Azure Poseidon Palace that has attracted the attention of so many experts? The primordial realm experts gathered in outer space discussed fervently. The existence of the Solitary Sword Ancestor and the Azure Pring King had already attracted the gazes of many people. At the same time, they became deeply curious about the shocking changes in the Azure Poseidon Palace. Of course, there were many people with extremely horrible expressions among them. They had already confirmed from the names that had vanished from the Divine King's seat that the prodigies that their clans had nurtured after so much effort, the future pillars of their clans, had died in the Azure Poseidon Palace. This pained them greatly. At this moment, the Azure Pring King's colossal body rapidly shrank, turning into a middle-aged man in azure clothes. His gaze was piercing, and his chiseled face gave off a sense of supremacy. The Azure Pring King was originally several tens of thousand kilometers away from the Solitary Sword Ancestor, but with a slight movement, he appeared before the Solitary Sword Ancestor like he had teleported. He did not set foot on the meteor the Solitary Sword Ancestor sat on. Instead, he stood several hundred kilometers away, gazing at the Solitary Sword Ancestor from afar. 4 top experts at their level, even if they were separated by millions of miles, they would still be within reach, let alone a distance of a few hundred miles. Solitary Sword Ancestor, could it be that your successor has fallen in the Blue Poseidon Palace as well? The Azure Peng's voice was firm and forceful, and it was filled with an undisguised wildness. The Solitary Sword Ancestor sat on the meteor without moving at all. His gaze remained calm the entire time, and his expression remained the same. That's right. Old Man's solitary sword lineage has always been sparsely populated. It's very difficult for us to find a suitable successor even if we traverse the entire Saints' world. It's exactly because of this that even when we reached our peak in history, it was very difficult for us to reach 5 people. In my generation, we only managed to find Gong Zheng, the only successor. Now, he has died in the Poseidon Palace. Old Man has come to investigate the cause of Gong Zheng's death. He wants to see which sex Junior actually dares to not show any respect to my solitary sword lineage. He even wants to kill the only successor that Old Man has found after so much effort. Although the Solitary Sword Ancestor spoke calmly, all the primordial realm experts gathered there subconsciously shivered inside. Clearly, the Solitary Sword Ancestor's calm voice was filled with killing intent. It was extremely powerful. This king's disciple has also died in the Blue Poseidon Palace. He was the disciple that I was most satisfied with. This king had extremely high hopes for him, but I never thought that he would actually be killed in the Blue Poseidon Palace. The Azure Pring King's face became extremely sunken. Killing intent filled his eyes as a powerful presence permeated the surroundings, causing the space around him to collapse. There's still some time before the Blue Poseidon Palace closes, and the opening of the Blue Poseidon Palace this time is different from before. The awakening of the artifact spirit might cause the closing of the Blue Poseidon Palace to be extended. This king is unwilling to wait here for so long. Solitary Sword Ancestor, why don't we work together and force our way into the Blue Poseidon Palace? The Azure Pring King suggested. The Solitary Sword Ancestor stared at the Blue Poseidon Palace deeply. He shook his head gently and said, "You know how powerful the Blue Poseidon Palace is as well. It'll be very difficult for us to force our way in with just the two of us. Even if we do manage to force our way in, it'll probably take several decades. During that time, the people who have entered the Blue Poseidon Palace would have emerged long ago. Moreover, the Blooddeer Grand Exalt has said in the past that unless the artifact spirit of the Blue Poseidon Palace accepts you as its master, no one is allowed to set their sights on the Blue Poseidon Palace. No one is allowed to force their way in. If you really do that, the Blooddeer Grand Exalt will probably come personally before you even enter the Blue Poseidon Palace. After all, we're not the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing," said the Solitary Sword Ancestor. As a high-quality god artifact, the Blue Poseidon Palace had remained idle in the Saints' world for so long because of the Blooddeer Grand Exalt's warning. The Azure Pring King's eyes immediately narrowed when he heard that. Clearly, the name of the Blooddeer Grand Exalt possessed extraordinary deterrence. Even the unruly Azure Pring King showed deep fear when he heard the Blooddeer Grand Exalt's name. Although the Grand Exalts of the Saints' world rarely interfered with these conflicts, once they made an announcement, it was equivalent to representing the will of the heavens. It was like an imperial edict, truly supreme, where no one dared to disobey. "This person is the murderer of my successor. May I ask if any of you recognize which organization he belongs to? There's still some time before the Blue Poseidon Palace opens, so I'll pay a visit to the organization behind him first," the Azure Pring King said coldly. The Azure Pring King said coldly. Powerful killing intent radiated from him without any disguise at all. Afterwards, he extended a finger, and the space before him immediately became like a mirror, projecting the scene of all the supreme god kings pursuing Jianchun. However, there were too many people in the surroundings, blocking the view. As a result, it was impossible to find any traces of Jianchun. Moreover, apart from a pale-faced, haggard young man, everyone else was a blur. Right at this moment, the pale young man with a dispirited expression stabbed over with a sword in his hand. The image came to a stop there. It was not difficult to tell that it was what Emo Ching had seen in the final moment before his death. The Azure Pring King used a unique secret technique to display everything that Emo Ching had seen before his death in its entirety. The primordial realm experts gathered in the surroundings all shook their heads. None of them knew who Emo Cheng's murderer was or where he came from. Even some of the people who were in charge of gathering intelligence had never seen or heard of this person before. Chapter 2234. None of the primordial realm experts gathered here recognized the person who had killed the Azure Pring King's disciple, Emo Ching. Behind the primordial realm experts, a curvaceous woman with a veil stood on the deck of one of the spaceships hovering in outer space. She had also seen what the Azure Pring King had recorded through a secret technique from afar. However, when she saw the appearance of Emo Cheng's murderer, she immediately shuddered slightly. She said softly, "How can it be him?" The woman's voice was extremely soft, just like a mosquito. However, the Azure Pring King had been paying close attention to the surroundings since long ago. Even from very far away, he could hear the woman's soft murmurs clearly even without using the senses of his soul with his current level of cultivation. With a single movement, the Azure Pring King crossed the distance and appeared on the woman's spaceship like he had teleported. "You recognize this person?" The Azure Pring King stared at the veiled woman coldly. A terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings, causing the spaceship to totter. Countless formations appeared with a flash, unleashing the defenses of the spaceship. However, under the Azure Pring King's pressure, the spaceship still seemed like it was about to shatter even after activating the formations. Please calm down, Senior Pring King. This is the princess of our Thousand Lotus Empire, Yun Xiaoyan. Please don't make things difficult for the sake of the Thousand Lotus ancestor, Senior Pring King. An old woman arrived before the veiled woman in a flash and said humbly. She was also a primordial realm expert, but she was only an infinite prime. I don't care if you're from the Thousand Lotus Empire or the Myriad Lotus Empire. Let me ask you, do you recognize the person who killed my disciple? The Azure Pring King stared at the veiled Yun Xiaoyan coldly. He did not take the Thousand Lotus Empire seriously at all. Yun Xiaoyan greets Senior Pring King. However, Senior Pring King has misunderstood. I don't recognize this person, nor do I know his origins. Yun Xiaoyan bowed towards the Azure Pring King with difficulty under the tremendous pressure. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? The Azure Pring King snorted coldly. His eyes were extremely frightening. At the same time, the spaceship that Yun Xiaoyan occupied began to tremble violently. With a few heavy explosions, many of the defenses of the spaceship were actually shattered by the Azure Pring King's presence. Yun Xiaoyan's spatial battleship was of an impressive grade, so the defensive formations were not weak either. They could easily block the attacks of infinite primes, but they were as fragile as toys before the Azure Pring King. Tell this king everything you know about this person. This king has many methods to get everything this king wants to know from you. You better not force this king to take action. The Azure Pring King's voice was chilling. Killing intent revolved around him, causing the surrounding space to seem like it had been frozen for 10,000 years. Whether it was the old woman or the veiled Yun Xiaoyan on the spatial battleship, they both paled under the pressure of the Azure Pring King's presence. Senior Pring King, you're an expert of the senior generation, yet you're bullying a weak woman who's only a divine king without any regard for your status. If this matter makes it out, it'll probably damage Senior Pring King's reputation. At this moment, a gentle female voice rang out. A woman in a red dress with an otherworldly bearing appeared on the spatial battleship out of thin air. The woman was so beautiful that she could outshine the moon. However, she had clearly concealed her presence, so she seemed like an ordinary person right now. She faced the Azure Pring King calmly. The Azure Pring King's face sank slightly when he saw the woman. He said, "So it's the 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. What? Is the 8th Majesty meddling in other people's business?" Immediately, all the primordial realm experts gathered their gazes when they heard that the 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng was present. Even the solitary sword ancestor who sat on the meteor could not help but pay attention. Not long ago, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng had barged into the Azure Poseidon Palace as if she was invincible. Her unstoppable presence had deeply shocked everyone present. As a result, under the radiance of the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng, everyone feared the 8th Majesty even though she had not reached the peak of cultivation as her junior sister. Senior Pring King, you're exaggerating. I just happen to have some questions for Yun Xiaoyan as well. I wonder if Senior Pring King would mind? The 8th Majesty smiled gently. Although she was asking for the Azure Pring King's opinion, she actually did not wait for his reply. She turned to Yun Xiaoyan and said, "Yun Xiaoyan, I wonder if you'd mind paying a visit to my divine hall?" With that, she seemed like she wanted to take Yun Xiaoyan away. Yun Xiaoyan and the old woman both felt flattered by the 8th Majesty's invitation. 8th Majesty, do you really think you can do whatever you want and look down on me just because you have the support of your first senior sister?" The Azure Pring King said with a sunken face. If it were not for the fact that he feared the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng, He would never allow a chaotic prime to act so arrogantly before him. Senior Pring King, if you want to find your disciple's murderer, you can just wait until he emerges from the Azure Poseidon Palace. Why make things difficult for the innocent? Yun Xiaoyan, let's go. The Eighth Majesty left the spatial battleship with Yun Xiaoyan under the Azure Pring King's murderous gaze. Yun Xiaoyan, I want to know what happened in the Azure Poseidon Palace. You can tell me everything. The Eighth Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing sat on a piece of jade in a majestic divine hall. He looked at Yun Xiaoyan and said, Don't tell me that you've never entered the Neptunian Divine Palace. Although you're not someone who came out of the Neptunian Divine Palace, there are some things that you can't hide from me. Yun Xiaoyan became bitter when she heard that. She knew that the majesties of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing were all people with great abilities. They knew many ancient, powerful secret techniques and could see through many secret. Even if she wanted to hide something before people like that, she probably did not have the ability to do so. As a matter of fact, they would know whether she was lying or not. Eighth Majesty, although my second body did enter the Azure Poseidon Palace, she died soon afterwards. As a result, I don't know much about what happened in there. Yun Xiaoyan did not dare to hide anything from the Eighth Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. She told her everything she knew, including Ming Dong. Chapter 2235. It looks like I can't hide anything from the Eighth Majesty. Yun Xiaoyan was very polite. She seemed extremely cautious before the Eighth Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, who possessed an extremely great status. Even though she was the princess of the Thousand Lotus Empire and possessed an extraordinary status, she still struggled to maintain her composure when facing her. The Azure Pring King still did not give up on investigating Mo Cheng's murderer outside the Azure Poseidon Palace. He had always been an extremely protective person, and he was unruly. There was a wild brutality hidden in his bones. Mo Cheng, whom he had placed his hopes on, had been killed, which made him feel an urge to find the organization behind the murderer and settle the debt. However, a group of divine kings emerged from the Azure Poseidon Palace one after another. From them, the Azure Pring King finally learnt that Mo Cheng's murderer was a person called Ming Dong. Ming Dong's connection with the Heavenly Palace of Bishing was only exposed at the very end. The divine kings who emerged from the Azure Poseidon Palace had all left beforehand, so they had no idea that the 5 experts with Ming Dong were divine generals from the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. As a result, the Azure Pring King knew nothing else apart from the name. Ming Dong, good, very good. I don't care who you are, I will never let you leave alive for killing my disciple. And the organization behind you, how dare they allow you to act so recklessly in the Azure Poseidon Palace? Once I investigate your background, I will definitely pay them a visit personally, the Azure Pring King said coldly. His icy killing intent seemed to cause space to freeze. Who knew whether he would still be bold enough to say such bold words after he learnt that Ming Dong was the 9th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Shui Yunlan, Aladona, Ming Dong, Rui Di, and Ji Yi remained seated near the 4 Grand Prime statues on the 12th floor of the Azure Poseidon Palace. They did their best to recover their vitality. However, at this moment, the simple and graceful sound of a zither suddenly rang out. The pleasant sound seemed to contain endless magic. It could pierce through metal and rock, breaking through all obstructions as it played in the surroundings with great clarity. There were several dozen god kings who were also recovering on the 12th floor. Many of them were protected by layers of formations, but the sound of the zither pierced through the formations effortlessly, rousing all the people in the region. In an instant, everyone who had gathered here opened their eyes and cast their gazes in the same direction. Shangguan Mu sat there in a violet dress with her eyes closed. The 36 strings of the zither of the demonic cry that lay across her knees actually began to beat by themselves, producing a wondrous sound. As the sound of the zither echoed out, it seemed to be projecting the ways of the world. It possessed a profound charm of the ways and possessed the ability to steal away people's souls. In just a few seconds, everyone, including Shui Yunlan, became intoxicated. They seemed to have been completely sucked away by the sound of the zither unknowingly, sinking into it. It was also at this moment that a simple inscription flickered on Ming Dong's forehead. Ming Dong immediately returned to his senses after his soul had been sucked away by the sound of the zither. "Sister-in-law," Ming Dong called out as he looked at Shangguan Mu in surprise. "Don't worry." Shangguan Mu slowly opened her eyes and said calmly. Afterwards, she gently pressed her slender fingers against the strings. Immediately, the pulsating strings stopped, and the soul-stirring sound came to an abrupt end. This is the two tunes of the demonic and divine, inscribed on the zither of the demonic cry. I just want to see the power of the two tunes of the demonic and divine. It won't harm anyone here, Shangguan Mu said. Undisguised joy filled her enchanting eyes. She had finally awakened the slumbering artifact spirit within the zither of the demonic cry. She had already gained the initial recognition of the zither of the demonic cry back in the lower world, so she had controlled it for many years already. Now that the artifact spirit had awakened, it naturally did not reject her at all. It treated her as the only successor of the third ancestor, so it successfully accepted her as its master. Is this the legendary two tunes of the demonic and divine? It really is terrifying. My soul has actually been controlled unknowingly. Shui Yunlan returned to her senses. Her emotionless eyes were filled with sternness. Aladona also stared at the zither of the demonic cry in surprise. She said softly, "In the records of my god clan, when the third ancestor of the Taoist sect of divine sound personally performs the divine tunes, she can manifest the mysteries of the world and assist people in comprehending the ways of the world. Comprehending realms will be thousands of times easier than usual, and it has the ability to heal injuries to the soul. It's extremely wondrous. Once the demonic tunes are used, they can throw laws into chaos, overturn yin and yang, and control the souls of grand primes. The two tunes of the demonic and divine were the most terrifying techniques of the Taoist sect of divine sound in the past. I never thought you'd be able to control it now." Rui Di and Ji also looked at Shangguan Mu in surprise. Due to the heritage of the sect of dragons and phoenixes, they did not know the legends of the third ancestor in as much detail as Shui Yunlan and Aladona. However, they were extremely shocked when they were momentarily lost. Mu has the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry awakened? Jianchen also rushed over with lightning speed as he looked at Shangguan Mu in joy. Yeah. There's still soul energy in this space that hasn't dispersed yet. After the artifact spirit absorbed enough soul energy, it has awakened. Shangguan Mu smiled faintly. She looked at the surroundings and said, "Only after the artifact spirit awakened did I learn that the soul energy here came from the ancestor of the Taoist sect of Neptunia, who was only second to Grand Exalts. Although his soul has already been destroyed, perhaps due to the sealing of the Poseidon Palace or some other reason, a small portion of his soul energy still lingers in this space." Jianchen was surprised when he heard that. He immediately covered Shangguan Mu's mouth. Now that the artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace had awakened, no one knew what would happen if he learnt that the zither of the demonic cry was absorbing the soul energy left behind by its old master. However, Jianchen had already communicated with the sword spirits secretly. He wanted them to learn how the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry had awakened and absorbed the soul energy here to recover. The zither of the demonic cry is special, which is why it can absorb the soul energy here. However, we can't. We even struggle to sense the existence of the soul energy here, the sword spirits said helplessly. Jianchen was filled with pity. If the sword spirits could recover some of their strength through the soul energy here, the assistance they would provide him in the future would be immeasurable. After a moment of hesitation, Jianchen looked at everyone and said, The artifact spirit has broken free, and Xiao Man has successfully become the new master of the Poseidon Palace. I think we'll be leaving here very soon. Jianshan, what do you plan on doing next? Aladona asked. She did not care about the ownership of the Poseidon Palace. She had only come to carry out the war god's orders. Jianshan, come with me. Come to the heavenly palace of Bishing with me. My 8th senior sister is outside, and my 1st senior sister has just shown herself. As long as you come with me, no matter how many people you've offended in the Poseidon Palace, I can guarantee you that they won't be able to do anything to you, said Mingdong. He also acted like he did not care about the Poseidon Palace at all. Shui Yunlan remained silent. She struggled to even protect herself right now. She did not even dare to leave through the entrance of the Poseidon Palace, so she was unable to help at all. Rui Di and Ji Yi said nothing as well. Although Jianshan came from their homeland, Jianshan had offended far too many people in the Poseidon Palace. Their sect of dragons and phoenixes did not possess much heritage, so they were unable to provide any assistance to Jianshan. Mingdong, I have my own path to walk. I'll leave with Shui Yunlan through the teleportation formation in the Poseidon Palace. Jianshan turned down Mingdong's invitation. He had his own pride and dignity, so he did not want to live under someone else's roof. Moreover, he had the sword spirits with him, so he did not dare to go to the heavenly palace of Bishing. Chapter 2236. I'll continue cultivating in the Taoist sect of divine sound for a while. Although the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry has awakened, allowing me to complete the 3rd ancestor's legacy, there are many notes left behind by the 3rd ancestor in the Taoist sect of divine sound. They'll be of great help to me. Shangguan Mu'er looked at Jianshan. Her enchanting eyes were filled with worry as she said, You've caused such a great disturbance in the Azure Poseidon Palace, and it's also because of you that many supreme divine kings have lost their chance at obtaining the Azure Poseidon Palace. There must be quite a few people outside who remember you. Your future path will definitely be very difficult, so you have to be careful. Jianshan smiled without minding at all. Mu'er, don't worry. I won't die so easily. Oh right, here's a cosmic movement talisman. Keep it for when you need it. You have to take care of it. Jianshan took out a cosmic movement talisman from his space ring and passed it to Shangguan Mu'er. It's actually a cosmic movement talisman. Where did you get it? Aladona, Rui Di, and Ji Yi were all surprised when they heard about the cosmic movement talisman. This cosmic movement talisman is a god-tier talisman. It can bypass the obstruction of space and formations. It's said that once you possess a cosmic movement talisman, you can even escape from grand primes, Shui Yunlan explained. Shangguan Mu'er understood the value of the cosmic movement talisman from everyone's introduction. She could not help but feel extremely touched. She pushed the cosmic movement talisman back and said in concern, Jianshan, you better keep this cosmic movement talisman. You need it more than me. I have more on me. You have to take this one no matter what. I'll be much more at ease with this talisman on you, Jianshan said firmly. He left no room for negotiation. All right, I'll take this cosmic movement talisman for now. However, don't forget that we promised Xiao Bao that we would go back for him within 10,000 years. Shangguan Mu'er stared at Jianshan deeply. As soon as Xiao Bao was mentioned, Jianshan could not help but think of his child, who was waiting for his return on the Tianyuan continent, as well as Yu Yu, Huang Luan, and his other relatives and brothers. He missed them deeply. At this moment, Jianshan and the others suddenly felt their surroundings change. They had been taken away from the 12th floor by a mysterious force, appearing in a huge cave that seemed ancient. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be alarmed, and they revealed vigilant expressions. Don't be nervous. This is the artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace, Jianshan said. In the Tsang Poseidon Palace, only the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace had such great ability. Brother Jianshan. Xiao Man's voice rang out from nearby. She and the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace silently appeared beside Jianchen. They looked at Jianchen excitedly. The artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace studied Mingdong with his small eyes. He would glance at the 5 divine generals behind Mingdong from time to time as the light in his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. "Xiao Man, you succeeded?" Jianchen looked at Xiao Man with a smile. Xiao Man nodded and said excitedly, "I've already grasped the most basic functions of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Brother Jianchen, do you know? I feel like I've fused with the Tsang Poseidon Palace. I can feel its changes at all times. It's a wondrous feeling. However, I heard from the artifact spirit that I still have a very long way to go before I can completely control the Tsang Poseidon Palace with my own strength." "Oh right. Artifact spirit, hurry up and take out the legacies in the Tsang Poseidon Palace." "That's my agreement with Brother Jianchen," Xiao Man said to the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit nodded. He had already learnt about this from Xiao Man, so he immediately reached out. Immediately, all the formations and restrictions outside the primordial realm legacies in the Tsang Poseidon Palace shattered at the same time. The various legacies that had been stored there for several hundred years all vanished at the same time. When the vanished legacies reappeared, they all hovered before the artifact spirit in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. The artifact spirit was basically omnipotent within the Tsang Poseidon Palace. He could control the power of the Tsang Poseidon Palace as he wished. Unless he encountered existences that surpassed the Tsang Poseidon Palace, it was impossible for them to escape from his grasp. As a result, the various formations left behind by the chaotic primes and the weaker infinite primes were naturally useless before the artifact spirit. There are a total of 5 chaotic primes legacies and 18 infinite primes legacies. "Since this is the young master's orders, you can take them," said the artifact spirit. The weapon spirit said. He looked at the various inheritances floating in front of him and was filled with complicated emotions. Jianchen did not stand on ceremony. He stowed away all the legacies that would make anyone envious. The legacies all appeared in different forms. Some were passed on through space rings, some were passed on through statues, and some were condensed into a stream of consciousness, stored in multicolored bead. Without any exception, every single legacy came with a space ring. "Rui Di Ji, according to our agreement, these belong to you." Jianchen gave 3 portions of the legacies to Rui Di and Ji. This was the agreement between the two of them. Rui Di and Ji were very tempted when they saw the chaotic primes legacies and several infinite primes legacies hover before them. However, they did not accept them immediately. Instead, they hesitated. In the end, Rui Di and Ji only accepted 1 infinite primes legacy each. They said, "Actually, we didn't do much. If we really did accept 3 portions, we wouldn't be worthy of it. As a result, Ji and I will just take 1 infinite primes legacy each." If it weren't for the fact that our sect of dragons and phoenixes' heritage is so shallow and we really do need these things to replenish ourselves, we definitely wouldn't have accepted any payment from you, said Ji. She was rather helpless. After accepting the items, Rui Di and Ji bid farewell and left. Afterwards, Aladona left as well. She wanted to return to the God Clan as soon as possible and report what had happened in Poseidon's palace to the war god. "Brother, since you don't want to return to the heavenly palace of Bishing with me, I won't force you. I'll be going to the Cloud Plain next and have a look at your Tianyuan family. Do you have any messages for them?" Mingdong said. Jianchen hesitated before giving all the legacies he had obtained in Poseidon's palace to Mingdong. Then he took out a few god-tier heavenly resources from his space ring and said, "Take these things to the Tianyuan family and see if there's anyone suitable for these legacies." "Alright, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll be staying in your clan for a while this time, so you don't have to worry about the safety of the Tianyuan family. With my identity as the 9th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, protecting a clan is no problem," Ming Dong said confidently. Ming Dong vowed solemnly. With his current status, he did have the right and confidence to do so. Chapter 2237. Even the artifact spirit was surprised when she heard Ming Dong's identity. She thought, and I had thought he was a disciple of one of the 8 majesties of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. I never thought he would actually be the 9th majesty of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. In the past, the heavenly palace of Bisheng only had 8 majesties, and they were all direct disciples of the Anata Grand Exalt. In reality, only the direct disciples of the Anata Grand Exalt have the right to be referred to as majesties in the heavenly palace of Bisheng. Since this person claims to be the 9th majesty of the heavenly palace of Bisheng, it means he's also one of the direct disciples of the Anata Grand Exalt. The artifact spirit glanced at Ming Dong deeply. She showed an extremely rare expression of caution. She turned to Xiao Man and said secretly, "Little Master, this person called Ming Dong has an extraordinary identity. You have to befriend him during this rare opportunity." That's because his master is extremely impressive. There were 7 Grand Exalts in the Saints' world in the past. The Anata Grand Exalt was an existence that ranked in the top 3. She was renowned, second only to the war god of the God clan. But I don't know him," Xiao Man replied secretly. She had no idea what to do. Her message had been concealed by the artifact spirit, so even though she was weak, it was impossible for the Divine King to hear what she said. "Brother, take care. Don't forget that we still have to return to the Tian Yuan continent and visit our homeland. I'll be waiting for your return." Ming Dong also bid farewell to Jianchen before leaving with the 5 divine generals. Afterwards, Shangguan Mu'er bid farewell to Jianchen reluctantly as well, leaving the Azure Poseidon Palace. The Azure Poseidon Palace had already accepted a master, and Jianchen was about to leave through the teleportation formation. As a result, there was no reason for them to remain any longer. They all bid farewell and left. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Only Jianchen and Shui Yunlan remained. Looking at the lonely Jianchen standing there, Xiao Man couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Jianchen, are you going to leave too?" She was filled with reluctance. Jianchen heaved a long sigh of relief and restrained his slightly empty feelings. He turned around to look at Xiao Man and said, "Yes, I'm leaving as well. Xiao Man, please lend me the teleportation formation in Poseidon Palace." "Brother Jianchen, you should stay in Poseidon Palace and cultivate. The artifact spirit said that there are many resources in Poseidon Palace. You will be very safe here. Furthermore, Sister Ziyun is also here." Xiao Man urged him to stay. Her voice was filled with pleading. She was still young and naive, so she still believed that Jianchen had feelings for Ziyun. Xiao Man's urging immediately displeased the artifact spirit of Poseidon Palace. Without asking for Xiao Man's permission, he controlled the power of Poseidon Palace to move Jianchen and Shui Yunlan to the teleportation formation. He said, "This is the teleportation formation, but you'll be teleported to a random location. The only thing that can be guaranteed is absolute safety. You should go." The artifact spirit of Poseidon Palace seemed to be afraid that Jianchen would stay. Jianchen smiled faintly. He ignored Xiao Man's pleading and stepped into the teleportation formation with Shui Yunlan, disappearing from Poseidon Palace. He did not ask about the Pernite or that the Samsaric Immortal Exalt had mentioned. First of all, the Pernite ore was terrifyingly hot. Even if he could last a few seconds in the lava, he might not be able to collect the Pernite ore again. Moreover, the artifact spirit of Poseidon Palace had awakened. It definitely knew the importance of the Pernite ore, so it definitely would not allow him to touch it. "Little Master, you're far too naive. Fortunately, I held back and didn't give all the legacies to that little bastard, or we really would have suffered a huge loss. However, even if I only gave him a small portion of it, and it's all relatively weak legacies, that little bastard would have benefited from it. After Jianchen and Shui Yunlan left, the artifact spirit of Poseidon Palace immediately sniggered like a sly old fox. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen other legacies hovered in the air before him. Many primordial realm experts from various organizations waited anxiously outside Poseidon Palace. Many of their faces were filled with worry, while some of them paled. Is Zhu Wen's name still on the Divine King's throne? An illusionary old man descended on a huge spaceship in space. He spoke in a dignified manner. Great Elder, young Master Zhu's name is still on the Divine King's throne. It hasn't vanished, a few middle-aged men replied politely before the illusionary old man. That's good. Zhu Wen is the most outstanding disciple of our ancient Zhu clan in the past 1,000,000 years. He bears the mission of reviving the clan, so nothing can go wrong. Old man's clone will remain here. Old man wants to personally watch him emerge from the azure Poseidon Palace alive. Is the young lady's name still on the Divine King's throne? On another spatial warship, a hoarse and old voice rang out for the umpteenth time. Clan, the young lady's name is still on the Divine King's throne. I hope Ray D and Ji Yi can make it out safely. A similar voice rang out from a spaceship that resembled a dragon. The person that spoke was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He seemed to be amiable and approachable, yet he possessed a dignified aura that was dignified without being angry. He was called Rueda, and he was an elder of the sect of dragons and phoenixes. At the same time, he was one of the most powerful members of the sect of dragons and phoenixes, a chaotic prime. If we had known that the changes to the Poseidon Palace would be so severe, we would never have let Rue D and Ji Yi enter no matter what. They're the clansmen with the greatest talent and potential in the past 1,000,000 years of our sect of dragons and phoenixes. They have extremely great hopes of becoming grand primes in the future, allowing our sect of dragons and phoenixes to truly become a peak organization. Similar scenes played out in many places. Clearly, the surviving Supreme Divine King in the Poseidon Palace had already attracted the attention of many large organizations. There were many people of great status among them, and some of them even carried the hopes of reviving their clans. However, at this moment, a powerful pulse of energy suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Poseidon Palace. Afterwards, a large group of people appeared out of nowhere. The strongest among them were only Divine King. Basically, all of them were pale and haggard. They seemed extremely weak. They were the last surviving Supreme Divine King in the Poseidon Palace. Most of them remained seated. Clearly, they were still recovering. They did not realize that they had already left the Poseidon Palace. Only when the coldness from outer space arrived did they snap back to their senses. When they opened their eyes, they were all stunned. What's going on? Why have I suddenly appeared outside? Many of the Supreme Divine King were confused. They had no idea what had happened. They're out. They're all out. At the same time, the dark, desolate region of outer space was thrown into an uproar. The many experts who had been waiting outside for quite some time all gathered. I never thought I'd be sent outside by the artifact spirit. It sure saves me some effort. To no surprise, Ming Dong was among the Divine King that had been sent out. He was currently hurrying towards the entrance of the first floor with the 5 divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing, but as soon as he reached the 9th floor, he was sent out by the power of the Poseidon Palace. Let's go find my 8th senior sister. I'm going to the cloud plane. I need to get my 8th senior sister to send me some powerful divine generals. Haha, it's been so many years. I wonder how the little tiger has grown now. And that proud snake, newbies too, Ming Dong joked. He was clearly in an extremely good mood. You're Ming Dong? The murderer of my disciple, Mo Qing? At this moment, an extremely strong killing intent swept over in an overwhelming manner, causing the starry sky to tremble. The void was torn apart, and countless stars were swaying. Chapter 2238. Ming Dong looked over and saw that a middle-aged man in azure robes had silently appeared before him. He stared at him viciously. Ming Dong could sense a terrifying presence from the man in azure robes. Not only did he feel his limbs turn cold, but his entire body also turned cold. Even his body was immobilized by the terrifying presence. The 5 divine generals behind Ming Dong all gritted their teeth. They wanted to put on their hidden divine general armor, but under the green-robed man's presence, what should have been an extremely simple action became extremely difficult. Before the man in azure robes, they were truly as weak as ants. They did not even have the ability to flee. To no surprise, the middle-aged man in azure robes was the Azure Pring King. As the Azure Pring King stopped Ming Dong, figures constantly flickered in the surroundings. Primordial realm experts appeared like they had teleported, safely taking away the supreme divine king of their clans. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Many of the primordial realm experts glanced at Ming Dong sympathetically before they left. In their eyes, Ming Dong's fate was obvious after offending the Azure Pring King. In a single moment, all the divine king who had made it out alive from the Azure Poseidon Palace were taken away. Only Ming Dong and the 5 divine generals remained. It was not that they did not want to leave, but they were immobilized by the Azure Pring King's presence. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Blood oozed from the corner of Ming Dong's mouth. He had yet to recover to his peak condition, so he immediately showed signs of being overwhelmed by such a powerful presence. His entire body ached like it was being ripped apart. "Since my disciple Emo Ching died to your hands, you won't be able to escape death no matter where you come from," said the Azure Pring King coldly. The Azure Pring King said coldly. His most important disciple, Emo Ching, had died to Ming Dong's hands, so he naturally hated Ming Dong greatly. He did not want to take Ming Dong's life so easily. He had already made up his mind to torture him in the cruelest way possible. The Rock King is really angry. At this moment, a gentle and extremely pleasant voice rang out. The graceful 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing strode over in a red dress. She did not seem to be in a hurry, but she crossed a huge distance with a single step, appearing before Ming Dong like she had teleported. With the arrival of the 8th Majesty, Ming Dong immediately sensed that the terrifying presence that was as vast as the ocean had vanished. This allowed him to let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he immediately felt like he was about to collapse. He almost lost his footing. "You want to stick your nose into other people's business again?" The Azure Pring King's face sank. He glared at the 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing as his anger surged. Previously, when the 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing wanted to take Yun Xiaoyan away, he gave the 8th Majesty face out of consideration for the 1st Majesty. However, at this moment, the 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing actually planned on interfering with the murderer of his disciple. This made his face sink. "He's a member of our Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Does Senior Pring King want to become enemies with our Heavenly Palace of Bishing? Senior Pring King, please reconsider." The 8th Majesty seemed at ease, but she secretly used a secret technique unique to the Heavenly Palace of Bishing to call out to someone in the distance, "First Senior Sister, what? Ming Dong is actually a member of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing? No wonder he was even bold enough to kill the Azure Pring King's disciple. So he has the Heavenly Palace of Bishing behind him. The 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing has appeared. I wonder what the Azure Pring King will do now. The Azure Pring King is renowned for his viciousness. He's a very difficult person to talk to, and he possesses the Azure Peng's movement technique. His speed is unparalleled. He's not someone to be trifled with. Across the entire Saints world, there's barely anyone who dares to disrespect the Azure Pring King." In the distance, the primordial realm experts who originally did not care about Ming Dong began to pay attention to him as the 8th Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing appeared. They looked between the Azure Pring King and the 8th Majesty with interest. On one side was a renowned figure of the Saints' world, while on the other side was the eighth majesty of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. Both sides possessed great backgrounds, so many primordial realm experts were eager to see whether they would clash or not. He killed the disciple I was most proud of. The eighth majesty should understand my temperament. Does the eighth majesty really plan on protecting this person? The Azure Pring King was emotionless. His presence erupted like a flood, causing the stars to dim and the surrounding space to collapse. He stood in the spatial crack that constantly collapsed and healed as he stared at the eighth majesty coldly. He showed no intentions of backing off. He really is the Azure Pring King. He's so unruly that even the heavenly palace of Bisheng can't deter him. Although the Azure Pring King's strength is nowhere close to invincible, his speed is unrivaled. Apart from the First Majesty, no one else in the heavenly palace of Bisheng can deter the Azure Pring King at all. Even if he can't defeat them, no one can stop him if he insists on leaving. Many primordial realm experts conversed secretly. Many of them looked at the Azure Pring King with deep fear and fear. So you're Emo Cheng's master, the Azure Pring King. The Azure Poseidon Palace is a place filled with conflict. Your disciple can only blame himself for not being strong enough for dying to me. He can't blame anyone else. Say you're a supreme expert, yet you've lowered yourself to seek out a junior like me for a useless disciple. Aren't you a little too shameless? Ming Dong glared at the Azure Pring King and called out. He showed no fear at all, nor did he show any respect as he spoke. How dare you? The Azure Pring King bellowed out. His face paled when he was publicly contradicted by an ant-like junior. Dazzling azure light suddenly erupted from his body, condensing into a huge wing. Like a blade, the wing slashed out with devastating might. Naturally, he used the wing condensed from azure light to deal with the eighth majesty of the heavenly palace of Bisheng, who stood before Ming Dong. Under everyone's gazes, he naturally did not dare to harm the eighth majesty of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. As a result, the power of the wings was only used to keep the eighth majesty busy. His method of dealing with Ming Dong came from a feather completely condensed from azure light on the wings. It seemed like a feather, but it also seemed like a scale. It tore through space as it shot towards Ming Dong with lightning speed. Azure Pring King, don't you dare! The eighth majesty bellowed out. Her voice was no longer gentle. It was filled with viciousness and killing intent. This was because she was powerless to stop the feather that shot towards Ming Dong. She could only watch helplessly as the feather shot towards Ming Dong at an unbelievable speed. However, at this moment, the space around Ming Dong suddenly twisted. The Azure Pring King's feather that shot towards Ming Dong came to a halt when it came in contact with the twisted space around Ming Dong. It had forcefully come to a halt. Afterwards, the distorted space suddenly cracked open, and a slender, white hand extended out, sending a palm strike towards the Azure Pring King gently. Immediately, space shook violently. The laws of the 3,000 ways were disrupted, falling into a mess. Chapter 2239. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. The entire universe seemed to fall silent. The hand that extended from the spatial crack became the only thing in the world, affecting everyone's mind. At that moment, all the primordial realm experts in the surroundings felt like their minds had been sucked in by the supreme might of the hand. All of them had been imprinted with the might of the hand. Whether it was infinite primes or chaotic primes, they were all affected. In the distance, the solitary sword ancestor, who sat on a meteor with a sword on his back, suddenly stood up. He stared at the hand sternly as all his hairs stood on end. So powerful! He really is one of the most powerful experts below Grand Exalt. He really is terrifying. The solitary sword ancestor thought. Even with his strength, he felt powerless before the hand. Even the solitary sword ancestor, who was a bystander, felt so deeply, so the Azure Pring King who directly faced the palm strike was even more shocked. Faced with the lightning-like palm strike, He felt like he was facing the sky, vast and unreachable. He felt so insignificant and powerless before it, where he could not even think about resisting. The presence of laws in the hand was just too powerful. It directly affected the Azure Prince King's mind, making him feel like he had no choice but to die if the heavens wanted him dead. However, the Azure Prince King was a renowned peak expert in the saints' world after all. Azure light erupted from his eyes as he suppressed his shock. With a great roar, a terrifying pulse of energy immediately surged out, turning into a torrent that struck out with the supreme power of laws. Immediately, the region of space was obliterated. The Azure Prince King's strike was just too powerful. He had struck out with his full strength without holding back at all. It was so terrifying that it could not even be described as devastating. As far as the eye could see, the space in a range of several dozen million kilometers collapsed from the Azure Prince King's strike, reduced to eternal darkness. Many primordial realm experts and divine king realm cultivators failed to flee in time, so they were all sucked into the crack. Since you want to touch me, you have to accept the consequences. If these people die, it'll all be because of you, the Azure Prince King roared inside as madness burned in his eyes. He did not do that on purpose. It was just that his opponent was too strong. He had to use his full strength to attack. He was simply unable to restrain his energy and prevent it from spreading out in the slightest. That was why the surrounding space was shattered by the energy he released. Opposite the Azure Prince King, the slender hand that extended out from the spatial crack was not affected by the Azure Prince King's stream of energy at all. The seemingly weak hand possessed a mysterious, supreme power. Wherever the hand passed by, the Azure Prince King's stream of energy would disperse to the sides. In that split second, her slender hand landed on the Azure Prince King's chest with unstoppable force. Spurt! The Azure Prince King immediately paled. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his entire chest exploded, creating a huge, transparent hole. Azure scales scattered in all directions, spraying into space with the Azure Prince King's blood. The Azure Prince King staggered backwards. He stared at the hand that had emerged from the spatial crack in fear. His eyes were filled with fear as well as fury. Afterwards, without any hesitation, he turned around and fled. He pushed his speed to the limit, crossing millions of kilometers in a single instant. He fled to the depths of space with unbelievable speed. Azure Prince King, the people of my heavenly palace of Bishing are not people you can touch. I'll teach you a lesson this time. There won't be a second time. An icy cold voice boomed out from space. The voice crossed through time and space, directly catching up to the Azure Prince King who had already vanished. It rang out clearly in the Azure Prince King's ears. The mysterious master who had acted in secret did not pursue them. Instead, her palm that seemed to have traveled through time and space suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. This light was like a thread that penetrated deep into the crack and pulled back many of the cultivators who had been sucked into the crack but did not have enough strength to break free. In the end, the hand gently swiped at the space there. With this wave of his hand, the rate at which the universe was in the midst of shattering rapidly increased. In just a few short breaths of time, it was completely restored to its original state. Very soon, the space calmed down. The hand that had extended over had vanished silently at some point in time, leaving behind only Ming Dong and the eighth majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing who stood there unscathed. Even though they were the people closest to the Azure Prince King and were in the center of the storm of energy, they surprisingly did not suffer any injuries. As for the primordial realm experts and god kings in the surroundings, they were scattered in the surroundings in horrible shape. As soon as they thought about what had just happened, all of them felt lingering fear. They were filled with fear. The solitary sword ancestor remained on the meteor. When the Azure Prince King struck out earlier, the terrifying shock waves of energy had reduced all the meteors in the surroundings to dust. Only the meteor beneath the solitary sword ancestor remained unscathed. It had not moved at all. At this moment, the solitary sword ancestor looked at Ming Dong with his old eyes. He secretly wondered about the identity of this young man called Ming Dong. We probably can't befriend this Ming Dong. Ray D and Ji Yi looked at Ming Dong with mixed feelings in the distance, as they were in horrible shapes as well. The first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing only left the azure Poseidon Palace recently. With her speed, she would be extremely far away in outer space already. Now, she's actually ripped open space because of Ming Dong and struck out from such a great distance away. It looks like Ming Dong's status in the heavenly palace of Bishing is quite high. If he's not the 8th Majesty's disciple, he's the 1st Majesty's disciple. Remember, you can't provoke this person. Elder Rueda of the sect of dragons and phoenixes appeared out of nowhere beside Rue D and Ji Yi. I never thought you would actually come from the heavenly palace of Bishing. To another side, the princess of the Thousand Lotus Empire, Yun Xiaoyan, stood in outer space as her emotions became extremely mixed. Although I knew you came from an extraordinary background, I never thought you'd come from an unreachable place like the heavenly palace of Bishing. The difference between our statuses is actually so great. Yun Xiaoyan was gloomy as she felt dejected. Chapter 2240. The vast outer space was filled with an endless presence of darkness and coldness. There was no time or direction, so it was very easy for people to get lost. At this moment, a small spaceship flew through the deathly silent outer space like a ghost. It moved extremely quickly. A resolute young man who seemed to be in his 20s stood at the controls of the spaceship with a woman who was around his age. They stared at the vast expanse of outer space. "Jianchen, where are we going next?" At this moment, the woman asked. She stared at the seemingly foreign, yet familiar, endless outer space in a daze. Her face was filled with confusion about the future. "We don't have a star map on us, so we don't know where we are right now. Our priority is to figure out where we are right now and then make plans. After all, this vast expanse of outer space isn't as peaceful as it seems on the surface. Aside from guarding against the space beasts that live here, we need to pay attention to a few inaccessible, dangerous regions," said the man as he stared at the outside world without blinking at all. The two of them were Jianchen and Kea. After Jianchen and Shui Yunlan emerged from the teleportation formation in the Poseidon Palace, they arrived in this foreign space. Shui Yunlan did not stay with Jianchen. She turned down Jianchen's suggestion to see Changyang Mingyue and left by herself. Afterwards, Jianchen called Kea out of the Anata Tower. He found a small spaceship in the space ring of a supreme divine king in the Poseidon Palace, so he and Kea traveled through outer space on the spaceship. The only problem was that he did find 2 small spaceships after searching through all the space rings on him, but he did not find any star maps at all. As a result, Jianchen lost his way in the vast outer space. He could only control the spaceship and travel in a straight line, hoping to come across someone who was traveling through outer space and ask for directions. "It's just a pity that Chanlong has gone missing." Kea sighed gently. She thought about the days when she, Jianchen, and Chanlong had traveled through outer space. She was filled with pity. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. Don't forget that the Neptunian mountains have disappeared with him," said Jianchen. However, at this moment, Jianchen and Kea's faces changed slightly. The stars that originally filled the sky had all vanished, reducing the space they saw to true emptiness. There was only eternal darkness without any starlight. "Is this a formation?" Jianchen studied the surroundings and said sternly. It went without saying that a formation that could be cast down in outer space would be extraordinarily powerful. However, he did not have any mastery over the way of formations. Once he became trapped, he would be in trouble. With a flash, Jianchen and Kea arrived on the deck of the spaceship. The two of them stared at the surroundings sternly. "We have indeed become trapped in a formation. It's just that the formation is extremely large and profound. It's a pity that Chanlong isn't here, or he might have been able to find a way out with his mastery over the way of formations, said Kea in a deep voice. Neither she nor Jianchen were skilled with the way of formations, so the current situation was extremely bad for them. Come with me. Let's see if there's a way out. Jianchen grabbed Kea's hand and began retreating in the direction they had come from. However, once they became trapped in a formation, it was impossible to leave just like that. Moreover, the two of them did not have any mastery over the way of formations. As a result, in just a while, Jianchen felt like he had completely lost his sense of direction. He had truly become lost. At this moment, a powerful pulse of energy appeared. Finger-sized streaks of black light suddenly appeared. They were as dense as rain as they engulfed Jianchen and Kea with terrifying killing intent. The streaks of black light came from all directions, sealing off all paths of retreat for Jianchen and Kea. The might that each streak of black light gave off made Jianchen shiver. With so many streaks of black light gathered together, the terrifying might they possessed was enough to slay primordial realm experts. Get in the tower! Jianchen called out and took out the Anata tower as quickly as he could. With a flash, he and Kea had entered the tower. Boom! 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 The streaks of black light struck the damaged Anata tower and immediately produced a series of deafening booms. They caused the Anata tower to shake and tremble. Under the devastating ripples of energy, the spaceship parked nearby that had not been withdrawn in time was immediately reduced to pieces. Jianchen did not hesitate at all within the Anata tower. He immediately charged out with the Anata tower, hoping that he could use its power to charge out of the formation. I wonder if the person who cast down this formation is here. If he is, I need to leave immediately, or I'll be in big trouble. I only have one left of the 3 cosmic movement talismans I obtained from the Poseidon Palace. I can't waste it here, Jianchen thought as he controlled the Anata tower to fly away at full speed. The Anata tower endured the most ferocious attacks from the formation as it rampaged its way through. Even though it was still damaged and could not unleash its true power due to the seal of the sword Qi, it was still a god artifact of the highest level after all. Just the material it was made from was indestructible. As a result, even though the attacks from the formation were extremely ferocious, they were unable to do anything to the Anata tower. Boom! At this moment, a great sound rang out. The Anata tower had smashed through a spatial barrier, shattering a meteor hidden within. As the meteor shattered, a crack seemed to appear in the formation as well. Stop! You can't destroy the formation! At this moment, a hoarse, old voice boomed out like thunder. In the next moment, a huge hand completely condensed from energy extended out from nowhere with surging might. It grabbed the Anata tower and pulled it over. Jianchen's expression changed drastically within the Anata tower. He was unable to break free from the huge hand at all. After all, his control over the Anata tower was still very weak. He was unable to unleash its full power. Jianchen's expression became extremely ugly as he sighed about his misfortune inside. He had already realized that he had probably encountered a primordial realm expert, and a very powerful one at that. Boom! The huge hand directly threw the Anata tower at a meteor hidden by the formation. With a heavy thud, a huge crater appeared in the tough meteor due to the terrifying weight of the Anata tower. Chapter 2241. Jianchen, don't go out. It's safer here. Once we go out, we won't even be able to escape with our current strength. Kea grabbed Jianchen's arm on the first floor of the Anata tower and said worriedly. Jianchen stared at Kea in surprise when he heard that. He asked, "You can hear what's going on outside?" Although the inside and outside of the tower were only separated by a single door, they were actually 2 different spaces. He could hear the sounds outside the tower and sense the disturbances outside because he had refined a portion of the tower. However, how did Kea know what was going on outside the Anata tower? Jianchen was extremely perplexed. Yeah, I've discovered that as my strength increases, I can vaguely sense what's going on outside, said Kea. In reality, she found it to be extremely difficult as well. This was because she discovered that as her strength rapidly increased, not only could she sense what was going on outside the Inata Tower, but she also felt more and more familiar with the Inata Tower. As a matter of fact, she even felt like she had fused with the space in the Inata Tower from time to time. Jianchen found what Kea had said to be unbelievable. If it were a saint artifact of low quality, it would indeed be very difficult to cut off Kea's senses from the Divine King's domain. However, the Inata Tower was not a saint artifact of low quality. It was a god artifact of the highest quality. Even though it was very damaged, it was impossible for Kea to sense the outside world without refining the Inata Tower with her current level of cultivation. Jianchen was perplexed by this matter as well. However, it was clearly not the time to think about that right now. He said, Kea, don't worry. I'll be fine. If I really come across danger, I'll use a cosmic movement talisman to flee. With that, Jianchen took out the final cosmic movement talisman from his space ring. He clutched it firmly and left the Inata Tower. As soon as he left the Inata Tower, Jianchen saw an old woman in plain clothes with messy hair that basically covered her entire face. She stood nearby with her hands by her side. The old woman did not look at Jianchen. She stared at the damaged Inata Tower as her expression became extremely mixed. Senior, it's actually you? Upon seeing this old woman, Jianchen's expression froze, revealing a surprised expression. He recognized the old woman with a single glance. She seemed like an ordinary person with her presence concealed. She was the person who had exchanged for the damaged god artifact from him on the spatial battleship. You didn't die? The old woman glanced at Jianchen indifferently. Even though she had only met Jianchen once, her impression of Jianchen was extremely deep because of the damaged god artifact. The old woman looked at the Inata Tower again and said, But since you possess this item, it'll be difficult for you to die even if you want to. Can you tell me where you obtained this item? Jianchen knew that the old woman had probably recognized the Inata Tower, but he was not worried at all. He gripped the cosmic movement talisman tightly as he became extremely vigilant. He said, I came across this tower by chance in a dangerous place in a lower world. A lower world, a lower world. This tower has actually ended up in a lower world, the old woman murmured. The old woman muttered in a low voice. Her gaze was absent-minded, and she seemed to have lost her mind. After a moment of silence, she continued, Was this pagoda found in the same place as the divine armor you gave me back then? I only found it in the same world. In reality, the tower and the god artifact were in different locations, said Jianchen. Sigh. The old woman sighed gently when she heard that. Her face was filled with bitterness. She said, Looks like they're telling the truth. If that's really the case, being hunted down for several million years is not unjust. It's not unjust at all, Senior. You were hunted down for several million years? Jianchen asked in astonishment. The old woman said nothing. She only stood there and stared at the Inata Tower quietly. She looked at the powerful slashes that covered it with mixed feelings. Senior, it's bad. It's bad. A crack has appeared in the natural concealment formation. At this moment, a young man in his 30s arrived before the old woman in a panic. He would raise his head from time to time as his voice was filled with uncontainable fear and unease. I know, the old woman said indifferently. She also raised her head to look at the sky as her eyes became gloomy. If the natural concealment formation had shattered due to some other reason, then so be it. But it just so happens that it was destroyed by the tower. This is the will of the heavens. Even the heavens don't want me to hide here so comfortably. The old woman's voice was filled with endless bitterness. What should I do? What should I do? I haven't condensed a soul tree yet. Without this natural concealment formation, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from that devil's clutches. The young man was anxious and uneasy, and there was unconcealable fear on his face. Suddenly, the young man stared at Jianchen in resentment. He bellowed out, "It's all because of you. Why did you destroy the formation? Why did you come here? You bastard, I'll never spare you." With that, a dazzling, milky white light immediately rose up from the young man. It turned into a pillar of energy that shot towards Jianchen with a scorching presence. The pillar of energy moved extremely quickly and was extremely dazzling. Like a streak of light, it arrived before Jianchen in a single instance. Radiant Saint Force. Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed as he became shocked. He was a Radiant Saint Master in the first place, so he was extremely familiar with Radiant Saint Force. He could tell with a single glance that the white light was condensed from Radiant Saint Force. However, from what he knew, Radiant Saint Force was mainly used for healing. Its offensive abilities were extremely weak. Radiant Saint Masters were not the opponents of fighters at the same level of cultivation. However, the pillar of white light condensed from Radiant Saint Force clearly gave Jianchen an extremely dangerous feeling. It was so powerful that it had completely surpassed the level of the Divine King, making Jianchen feel threatened to a certain extent. Is this another way to use Radiant Saint Force? Jianchen was extremely excited. When he was in the lower world, he had heard from Fairy Haoyue that the Radiant Saint Masters of the Saints' world were extremely powerful. He had been looking forward to this for a very long time. He hoped that his abilities as a Radiant Saint Master could increase even further in the Saints' world. Chapter 2242. Jianchen's heart thumped. He was unable to contain his excitement. He did not choose to dodge the Divine King's attack, nor did he choose to counterattack. Instead, he filled his hand with chaotic force before extending it. He used his hand to receive the white pillar of light. He actually wanted to forcefully endure the Radiant Saint Force that was equivalent to a strike from a supreme God King with his fleshly body. In that critical moment, the white pillar of light struck Jianchen's hand with powerful pulses of energy. It immediately produced a heavy boom. Jianchen's body trembled violently. He took a step back uncontrollably. His hand had become bloody as intense pain flooded his heart. This power, it's so powerful. But on the surface, it seems to be another way of using Radiant Saint Force, but in reality, it's a power completely different from Radiant Saint Force. It's a different kind of law. Jianchen did not care about his injuries at all. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the power seriously. The reason why he had used his hand to endure the attack was because he wanted to come in contact with the power in the most direct way possible. He wanted to use this method to see the power more clearly and understand its characteristics. Jianchen was unable to grasp the power immediately after coming in contact with it, but he had gained a certain understanding of it. He could see the direction he could advance Indiana. However, this law is rather special. It's not an exaggeration to call it an upgraded version of Radiant Saint Force because I need to become a Radiant Saint Master if I want to comprehend this power, Jianchen thought. He was overjoyed by this discovery. He was rather tempted to comprehend the law. This was because it had been a very long time since his Radiant Saint Force had increased. It remained at Class 9. Class 9, Radiant Saint Masters would definitely be peak experts on the Tianyuan continent, but they were completely useless in the Saints' world. Even with its powerful healing abilities, it was of no help to Jianchen, who had reached the level of the Divine King. Because the energy level was too low. It was not that Jianchen did not want to increase his cultivation as a Radiant Saint Master, but he did not have the cultivation method to do so. The Divine King of Light was dumbstruck when he saw Jianchen block his attack with just his palm. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful body!" But soon after, his eyes became sharp again. He wanted to continue attacking Jianchen. Clearly, he did not want to let Jianchen go so easily. Sigh. The old woman sighed softly and said, "All right, the destruction of the formation has nothing to do with him. This is the will of the heavens. The heavens don't want me to live such a peaceful life. Speaking of which, this old one has dragged you into this. If this old one hadn't hidden here, perhaps they wouldn't have coincidentally passed by this place, and then coincidentally destroyed this natural concealment formation. The old woman looked at the damaged Anata Tower. She did not treat all of this as a coincidence. Instead, she treated it as a predestined arrangement. Senior, I don't know what you're talking about. The divine King of Light clearly obeyed the old woman. He immediately stopped attacking Jianchen and stared at the old woman in confusion. Jianchen also stared at the old woman in doubt. The old woman was always staring at the Anata Tower, and she seemed to be in awe. Did she not only recognize the Anata Tower, but she also had a story that no one knew about with the Anata Tower? Senior, do you know the master of the tower? Jianchen clasped his fist and asked carefully. The old woman's expression became extremely mixed when she heard that. She sighed emotionally. Speaking of which, the master of the tower is my grandmaster. It's just that I've never seen this great grandmaster before. What? The master of the tower is Senior's grandmaster? Jianchen was surprised. Disbelief filled his face. He had never thought that the old woman before him was actually the grand disciple of the Anata Grand Prime. The old woman stared at Jianchen deeply and said, "Looking at your great reaction, you must know the origins of the tower long ago." Jianchen nodded and did not deny it. He said, "Since Senior is the grand disciple of the master of the tower, may I ask if Senior wants to take the tower back?" Jianchen gripped the cosmic movement talisman tightly. He only said that to test the old woman. He had already made up his mind to immediately flee with the Anata Tower as soon as something went wrong. The origins of this tower are just too great. It's not something that an outsider can touch. Once I set my sights on the tower, I probably won't be able to escape death even if I flee to the ends of the world. The old woman was gloomy. She was filled with indescribable sorrow. In name, I'm his grand disciple. That's an extremely illustrious and glorious status in the saints' world. There's barely anyone who dares to offend me in the vast saints' world. But in reality, I've been hunted down for several million years. I'm still on the run even now. Do you know the origins of the people who hunted me down? The old woman said gloomily. As soon as she thought about the days she had spent as a fugitive, her heart was filled with indescribable bitterness. Are they people from the heavenly palace of Bishing? Jianchen asked. He could vaguely guess the reason. The old woman was probably Ta Ji's disciple. That's right. The people who hunted me down for several million years were divine generals from the heavenly palace of Bishing. The reason why they hunted me down was because my master, Ta Ji, betrayed Grandmaster. They said my master colluded with outsiders and wanted to harm Grandmaster. As for me, because I was implicated by my master, I became the target of their pursuit. Originally, I refused to believe that it was true. At the same time, I refused to believe that my master would betray Grandmaster. After all, Grandmaster is a renowned sovereign of the saints' world. He's one of the most powerful people in the world. With the entire saints' world in perspective, just who would dare to plot against him? Only when I learnt from you that my master's god artifact and Grandmaster's famed treasure had fallen into the same world did I have to believe it, the old woman said slowly. But fortunately, the majesties of the heavenly palace of Bishing did not agree on the matter of hunting me down. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to survive until now. Only Jianchen could hear what the old woman said. The divine king beside the old woman could only see her lips move. He could not hear anything at all. Chapter 2243. With that, Jianchen understood that the natural concealment formation he had stumbled into was probably an extremely powerful one. Not only could the old woman avoid the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing by staying in the formation, but it could also prevent experts from peeking into her whereabouts, as well as various searching techniques. It was extremely likely that the meteor he had accidentally smashed into with the Anata Tower was an important part of the concealment formation. Now that the meteor had been destroyed, the natural concealment formation was no longer perfect. A crack had appeared, so the old woman could no longer use the formation to avoid the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing. As for the divine king of radiance, he had probably hidden here to avoid some kind of pursuit. Senior, we only stumbled into the formation by accident. As for destroying the formation, it was completely unintentional. It was purely a coincidence, so I hope Senior can forgive us for the trouble we've caused, Jianchen said apologetically after learning the entire story. This is the will of the heavens. It's not your fault, the old woman said weakly. The old woman waved her hand and spoke somewhat powerlessly. Immediately, her eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, looked at the overcast sky above her head. Her eyes revealed a deep tiredness. You can still find me even when I'm hiding here. The will of the heavens can't be defied. The will of the heavens can't be defied. Since the heavens want me to suffer and the heavens want me to pay for my master's sins with my life, I'll just hand over my worthless life to you. I'm tired of this life of hiding all day long. The old woman's voice was filled with deep powerlessness as a faint presence of death revolved around her. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? Ha 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 ha! The old woman suddenly laughed aloud. At that moment she had truly stopped caring about her own life. Senior, don't be so pessimistic. Didn't you say that the majesties of the heavenly palace of Bishing had different opinions about hunting you down? Since that's the case, I don't think there's no way to fix this, Jianchen said. Fix this? How? If it could be fixed, why would I have been hunted down for so many years? I was even heavily injured and on the brink of death many times. Even my cultivation dropped from chaotic prime to infinite prime because I was too heavily injured. The old woman spoke with a desolate tone. Then, as if she had lost all her strength, she left with light footsteps. Looking at the old woman's lonely and frail figure, Jianchen was silent for a while. It's all because of you. Now, not only was Senior Su harmed by you, but I was also harmed by you. After the old woman left, the light divine king sat down on the ground, stared at Jianchen, and sighed. He did not continue to attack Jianchen. From the previous attack, he had already seen that he was not a match for Jianchen. My name is Jianchen. How may I address you, my friend? Jianchen stowed the Anata tower away and made his way out of the huge crater. He clasped his fist at the divine king. Humph, who's your friend? The divine king snorted coldly. He resented Jianchen, so he turned around and left without saying anything more. Xianming, if you want to avoid the person you speak of, you can hide in that tower. As long as you enter the tower, all of your presence will vanish from the world, and no divination methods or secret techniques will be able to detect your existence. At this moment, the old woman's voice rang out from afar. The radiant God King's body stiffened when he heard that. His gloomy face immediately brightened up as he ravished with joy. The old woman's words made him feel like he had seen a ray of light in the darkness. He was filled with hope once again. He suddenly turned around and said to Jianchen eagerly, "See, can you let me stay in the tower for a while? Once I become a divine king of light and condense a soul tree, I'll leave immediately." At this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, "If you are willing to help me, I, Xianming, will owe you a debt of gratitude. If you need my help today, I will do my best to help you. Even if I'm weak, I still have my father. My father is one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall." Undisguised pride appeared on Xianming's face as soon as he mentioned his father. Jianchen stared at the divine king of light in surprise. He had never thought that the divine king of light would have such a great background. His father was actually one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall. Although he had no idea what level of organization the Radiant Saint Hall was, It was not difficult to tell how powerful the Radiant Saint Hall was, since the Divine King of Light was proud of it. "It's not impossible for you to seek refuge in my tower, but I need to know who you've offended," Jianchen said calmly. He had no idea how he was going to learn about Radiant Saint Masters from Xianming, but now Xianming had actually taken the initiative to approach him. This was exactly what he wanted. Xianming immediately became overjoyed when he saw Jianchen agree. However, when he heard what Jianchen said at the end, he immediately became innocent again. He said, "I haven't offended anyone. I haven't provoked anyone. It's just that an extremely terrifying great demon has set his eyes on us, the Divine King of Light." "The great demon?" Jianchen was doubtful. "That's right, the great demon. The great demon suddenly appeared several 100,000 years ago. He's extraordinarily powerful, and he specifically hunts down the Divine King of Light everywhere. No matter how safe the Divine King of Light hides, they're unable to escape from him in the end. Who knows how many radiant Divine Kings have died to his hands in the past few years. Even I was forced to leave the Radiant Saint Hall in order to avoid the great demon. I planned on hiding in a remote region on the edge of the Saint's world. But it just so happened that when I passed by this starry sky, I accidentally stumbled into this natural concealment formation. When I sensed how powerful this concealment formation was, I simply opened up a cave abode here and used it as my cultivation ground in order to condense a god's soul tree here. I was the first person to come here. I've already stayed here for several 100,000 years. As for Senior Su, she only found this place a few years ago. Originally, this was the best place for me and Senior Su to hide because this concealment formation was created by the heavens and the earth, and it's capable of concealing the workings of the heavens and rendering all deduction methods and secret techniques useless. In the end, your arrival destroyed this formation." Jianchen laughed dryly and changed the topic. "What level of organization is your Radiant Saint Hall in the Saint's world? Your father is one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall. Can't he protect you?" Xianming sighed gently. "Our Radiant Saint Hall is one of the peak organizations in the Saint's world. My father is one of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall, so he's naturally an expert. However, the great demon's strength is just too terrifying. Even the leader of our Radiant Saint Hall has been heavily injured by him. My father obviously can't protect me, so I could only leave the Radiant Saint Hall."